What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to our second round NBA draft live stream. Today, the Blazers have two picks, 34 and 40. We get to follow the storyline of Bronny James. And we get to see what the Blazers do. We get to see where Chomshay goes. That's Eric's crush. Can he go 34 or 40 to the Blazers? Or will they go with somebody else? It's going to be interesting to see who the Blazers had today after an interesting day yesterday that left me very happy after last night's draft stream, which was kind of weird, Eric, being happy last night. We will talk throughout the stream maybe a little bit about the Blazers makeup, especially after they choose one or two players. There's already been lots of trades in the past 12 hours between teams trading second round picks. This is the first time the NBA has moved the draft to a 2-day event, and it's been interesting to follow along with it all. Eric, how's it going? How was your day? How's your day going? How are things?
Great. Woke up a little early this morning than usual, so I could start a little earlier, so I could get off of work a little earlier, so I could be here. But thankfully, I was able to get here in time, and I'm excited about the second round that's about to start.
Yeah, me as well. I got to tie up a couple other little loose ends graphically here. And that's what I'm going to be doing the next, 20 minutes or so. The draft will restart. Is that the proper term? It'll restart in 20 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Tori looked like he just woke up. No, I'm just letting the hair flow today. It's the second round, okay? So, no hat. We're chilling today. I've been working all day as well, so I haven't been able to keep up with all the trades. How in the world did Phoenix get to 51? Chat, can somebody fill me in? Because I see them at 51 on Tankathon, and I'm very confused. Because I know the report was they trade for 28 and 56 as part of the Nuggets trade down. And then the Wizards had 51, and now Phoenix has it. So what trade did Phoenix and Washington make? Because honestly, I don't know. So if anybody knows, fill us in, because Eric doesn't seem to know either. Toronto got Davion Mitchell. Yeah, that makes sense, considering Sacramento drafted Devin Carter to kind of replace the role they were hoping Davion Mitchell could play. Shout out to Rip City Brady. It's always good to see Brady in here, man. With the $2 donation. Says, yesterday was hype. Excited for what today brings. Yesterday was pretty hype, pretty exciting. Eric, after a night of sleeping on things, are you more or less happy about yesterday? Or do you feel the same?
I don't want to start the stream off negative, so I'll just say the same.
Wait, you're less happy? Oh man. I didn't think that was possible. I'm more happy. I love what happened yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm
glad.
I love it. We have very rarely disagreed on team building stuff in the direction of this team. Is this the start of a new era of Blazers Uprise where we just disagree with the direction of the team? That could be fascinating.
Well, I will say I am proud of Joe Cronin they had a guy highly rated, and they ended up with that guy. And from what I heard, it's been for several days now, they've been really trying to acquire Denny Avdija. The Wizards were, of course, asking for a ton for him. The Blazers were hesitant to give up what they were asking for. But yesterday, basically was like, you know what? It's worth it, we think, because Avdija's our guy. And went to called them back and told them that they were willing to meet some of their demands for it. So I think that's I have to give Cronin credit for identifying a wing that he wanted to go get, a young wing that fit in this timeline, and a center that they think is going to fit with this team moving forward as well. And he went out and acquired both of those guys. So props to him for having a plan and executing it. So that part of it, I'm happy about, that they've chosen a direction. He uses the rebuild word in his press conference last night, even. So thankfully, I think he's finally admitted what this is and all that kind of stuff, and we can now go fully into that. Where I still have an issue is I don't think with our current players or the emphasis on, Scoot hopefully developing, I don't believe Clingan is the right big long-term to pair with him. But that is obviously just my opinion. I could be dead wrong on that, and I'd be happily wrong. Hopefully Clingan is exactly what this team needs, and we don't look back from here.
What I love is yesterday they went out and they got two guys that could be game changers defensively for this team in the future. Right? Normally you don't get two young players that could be game changers in the front court defensively, but it's not just defensive prospects. Both guys can pass. Right? Like, we lamented Al-Farouq Aminu, Maurice Harkless with the pass because, like, oh, well, Dame gets trapped, and if you give one of those guys the ball, they can't make a play or make a pass. Clingan is more of like a standstill passer, but I have some faith, like short rolls. He made some good short roll passes. He just needs to get down some sort of shot for himself out of the short roll to make teams pay for trapping. Ultimately, I think that's going to be a part of his long-term development. So you identify two guys that can be game changers defensively, but also functional passers as part of a better system. I really like that. And if that's going to be like the identity of the front court is we're going to have guys that defend, we're going to have guys that are smart. Both guys are very smart players, and we're going to have guys that can pass. I like those traits in front court players because it's not easy to find defensive front court players that can also be like smart on both ends and pass the ball. Avdia provides shooting if last year wasn't a fluke, provides some off the dribble creation too, just very well rounded. And then Clingan is a 20-year-old big, right? And I do think there's a small chance that maybe he could grow into like a 3-point shooter. I know he works on his 3-point shot. His form doesn't look terrible. I think that's like 2-3 years away, but long term, like maybe that's some sort of value, right? Or he's 7'2". If he gets stronger, I could see him finishing pretty easily on the inside. I just like that they went after those traits. I like that because we've talked about this team needing an identity, and especially the front court when you have like Jeremy Grant, DeAndre Ayton, like what's the identity of those guys? Like sometimes they're going to coast a little bit. They don't really do the dirty work. We got two guys that'll do the dirty work, make the smart play defense, like really good intangibles. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I think we're going to struggle like we struggled in years past matching certain teams' athleticism in the front court. And hopefully that doesn't come back to haunt us.
See, the thing is long term, you get an athletic backup center where if certain matchups, if it's like a really athletic team, a backup center that you can trust enough to play in that matchup. I think Clingan's foot speed is a little underrated, but also I think there's also things that go into being quick defensively that is more than just foot speed. He flips his hips very quick for a guy his size, right? Like you might have a quick-footed big, but if it takes a long time for him to like turn and accelerate, he's going to be slower to the spot. If you got a guy that can flip his hips and maybe isn't the quickest guy, but can like see something and recognize something quickly, flip his hips, he's going to have more of a chance of getting to the spot, even if he's slower-footed. Donovan Clingan, watched the interviews last night, watched him break down film, seems like very smart defender. Knows his matchups, knows how high he has to play up on screens depending on who the ball handler is. Hand placement stuff is something he focused on the past year. There are a lot of intangibles with Clingan's defense that I think gives him a chance no matter what. And that's what I really like, is a smart defender. Because we haven't had a very smart defensive like prospect since I can remember. So that's a plus. I think it's more than just foot speed, and I think ultimately, it's just going to be fascinating to see how well he guards in space because I do like his intangibles, and I do like the way he thinks the defensive end of the floor.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I don't know. I think you can have a big, because I compared him a lot in our group chat to people were saying Marc Gasol, and I push back against that. I thought he was more Andrew Bogut-ish. And Andrew Bogut ended up being one of the better positional help defenders on the Warriors and helped them win a championship. I think he could be that kind of guy. I don't know if, as the years go on, if that kind of player is best suited for the style of NBA, especially in the playoffs when it's very matchup based and certain players get hunted a lot and your weaknesses kind of get exposed. I'm just worried about it long term. In the short term, I think it's fine, and I think Clingan can do okay. I just hope that it doesn't. I don't know. It seems weird with Scoot not being able to shoot well yet. Maybe he's able to shoot this year, and it's all our problems are solved.
I mean, he, after he could see, he was almost 35%. I don't view Scoot as a non-shooter, bro.
That was all in wide open 3-point shots for the most part.
Okay, and if he's shooting 36% on wide open threes, is that not an efficient shot?
I don't like long term being okay with wide open 3-point shots being.
Well, I think what 36% guy gets left wide open?
I mean, I don't know. It's more of a just reputation thing, probably.
Yeah, and he had a bad reputation, was left wide open, but started making shots at an okay enough clip that if he improves going into year 2, I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, well, that's the key. I mean, he's got to improve or at least be that. We don't know, but this is why I still want the Blazers to draft Shamshay, is because I feel like he does have the lateral quickness and the foot speed to possibly be that 1-2 punch where if we need a center like that, eventually, he could be the backup to Clingan, and we can use those two based on matchups. But I understand that the Blazers still have Ayton, still have Robert Williams, and all that kind of stuff. So I'd be kind of surprised if they took another center. But I do still think they need, if they're going to move forward with Clingan, they need to find a backup that is a little bit more athletic and can do a little bit more things just quickness-wise than Clingan.
Yeah, I just think, especially with the 7th pick in a draft like this, any player you selected there is likely to have a flaw that could potentially get exploited in a playoff series.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So
I mean, this draft in particular.
Yeah, so that's why it's just it feels a little ahead of ourselves to even really think about that long term. That could be a problem, but also I think he has a chance to be just good enough in space. People call him plodding. I don't think he's quick, but I also don't really like to say he's a plodding big man. I don't think he's that slow, and some of it is he can flip his hips. He's not completely stiff. I like the way he runs drop. I think he's going to be able to be one of those centers that can hopefully bother jump shots from 3, but won't get beat to the rim doing so, because that's what you need in a drop big. And that's the problem, is we would run drop with bigs that were not capable of actually executing drop, taking away the 3-point line while not getting beat to the rim. So it's only a very few centers. I think he could be one of them. And ultimately, drop is the easiest scheme to run. I think he can hedge too. He recognizes things quickly. He thinks quickly. And that's a big part of being a center on the defensive end. I also just like that both guys they got, high character guys. Clingan, very high character guy. There's some story about he got an NIL deal and gave all the money to his teammates. He's going to come in, he's going to work, he's going to set up. He's one of the guys that can help change the culture here in Portland. Avdia is one of the guys that can help change the culture here in Portland to one we're going to defend, we're going to work, we're going to make the right play, we're going to pass. Ultimately, that's the culture this team needs to build, is based on those traits. Offensively, I'm a little bit more worried than about the defensive side right now, which I kind of think is a good thing. So I love those pickups just for all those reasons as well.
Yeah. I do. I don't think we can just ignore weaknesses because everyone has a weakness. So like, I don't know. But
No, you don't. You don't. But I feel like we can get caught up hyper focusing on the weaknesses instead of actually acknowledging the strengths because he has some legit strengths, man.
So Jake Fisher just tweeted that Portland's potentially trading 40.
Who knows? Because Jake Fisher was hit or miss yesterday.
That's what we are hearing. Right before we went on, I told Tori that it looks like we're only going to keep one of the 2 picks. So
we
yeah,
still
wouldn't
keep
be
that
surprised.
pick though. So if we're trading down to 52,
there was 2 different tweets. One that OKC was trading pick 51, and one that Portland was
51.
No, Phoenix. I don't know where you got that.
It's on Tankathon, and somebody in group chat said they got 51 in a Wizards trade.
No, that's not a thing.
It's on Tankathon, and somebody in group chat confirmed it. So
they were wrong, and someone posted that 51 got traded to the Knicks, but not.
We had time in between the first and second rounds, and the second round pick trades already don't make sense. The second round hasn't even started, Eric. That's funny. Well,
I would be surprised if we traded down to 51. I mean, maybe we pick up a future second or whatever to do so.
That's a perfect spot for Shamshay, Eric.
Yeah, but I don't know if Portland, because the whole point of trading one of these 2 picks was because we already have 50 people on the roster. We don't know. I mean, obviously 51 could be more likely to be a 2-way than a 34-40. So, I mean, I guess that's the thing. Maybe there's a guy they like that they think will still be on the board at 51, which is good. Like I said, apparently those were 2 separate tweets that people are just assuming are together.
Yeah, so we don't know.
Because oh no, he did say now. Apparently, Oklahoma City has a deal in place to swap the 52nd pick, recently acquired from the Golden State for. They traded Lindy Waters for the 52nd pick.
Yeah, it wasn't
with 51. Portland for the number 40 pick.
Cool. That's fine. I kind of want to draft 2 guys today. So if they're we better
get a future second for that. It better not just be cash for moving down 12 spots.
Like Trenton Flowers could definitely be there. I kind of like him. Shamshay could be there. There could be a project there that I really like that would make sense to put on a 2-way at that spot. So let's get that big, slow Dutch 7-foot guy. Who are you talking about? Oh, Quentin Post. Yeah. Wait, is he Dutch?
I don't know what he is.
I don't know what he is either. No offense to him.
All right, and so in terms of the other players on the Blazers, just real quick, Matt Moore was reporting that the Blazers are actually shopping Robert Williams. I don't know if that's going to happen. He also reported that the Blazers are listening to offers on Jeremy Grant, but not willing to give him up unless they're like blown away by an offer. What I heard, and this is why Joe Cronin frustrates me at times, or one of the many reasons, I guess. So for some GMs, this is fine. They like this kind of thing, but a lot of GMs get a little bit irritated when another GM does this. And what happens with Joe Cronin a lot of the times is he will say he is accepting offers for Jeremy. So a team will call and offer him something. He'll say, no, that's not enough. But he won't ever say, well, what would be enough, or what Like, what else do you want? There's no negotiation. It's just call back if you want to offer more, whatever, you know? So, like, teams don't know, like, what he actually wants. And this is exactly what Miami, you know, was rumored to be frustrated with him about last summer when he just kept not being willing to negotiate or talk about any sort of deal. And so it's, I don't know how you may necessarily make a Jeremy trade work. In my opinion, the best thing would be, like, if Dallas calls, we want your 25 and 2031 first round picks unprotected. Call back when you can offer those, you know? And maybe you renegotiate later for slightly less, but I would just do that right now because you hold the player that many teams covet, that many teams could think of as a final piece or a piece that could be the difference between contention or not. And so the same with the Lakers when they call, you know, like, I want Connect in your 2031 first or something, you know. Just keep telling these teams. Philly calls, say you want, you know, the 2028 Clippers pick or whatever you want to get, and then just keep doing that with every team, and then eventually one of them might cave. If not, then you lower your asking price when teams start to call in a month or something, you know?
Yeah. Or if you can even give a ballpark. Like, we need roughly 2 first-round picks worth of value or a really, really good low protection or unprotected pick. Like, cool. At least teams know, okay, this is the price we have to meet. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's what he's doing. Like, I don't know. But it's just from stuff that we've heard past couple years that's kind of seemingly an issue is he doesn't give other teams enough to go off of. It's just, send us your offer. Let us know when you want to offer more. We're only trading him if we get blown away. To me, that's like you're not looking to trade him.
Yeah.
So if that's the case with Jeremy Grant, then I feel like they are not looking to trade him.
I mean, I guess they could get an offer that they like.
Yeah, they should absolutely be looking to trade him, though, is the problem. Especially after getting Avdia. If they don't want to trade him, it's because they want to be competitive next year. And, like, they care more about that. What channel is this draft on? It's on ESPN, right? Okay, there it is. All right. They're not even at the draft. ESPN's not even at the draft. The draft resumes in 12 minutes. Oh, maybe that's their TV studio. It's Woj and them. Okay, draft resumes in 12 minutes. So we got time, Eric. Anyway. What were we talking about?
Grant trade.
I don't think they trade him. I would like to be pleasantly surprised.
I don't think he gets traded today.
I don't think the Blazers make a big swing today at all in terms of trading anyone. The letter O, I tend to agree with that. Matt Turley says flip at 34. You know what's funny is, like, I have him higher on my big board than that, Eric. I have him at 31. So it's funny because I haven't been a Filipowski fan. I viewed him as a early second round prospect when people were talking about him at 14. But now he's here in the early second round. I think it's fine. I don't really like him after getting Clingan, though. So I would not be necessarily happy with the pick, but I would understand it just for value. People say I want Tyler Smith at 34. I don't. I still don't. I still don't want Tyler Smith at 34, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like crying if we pick him, but yeah, I'd rather. There's three players in my mind that two that I have a lottery grade on, Shamshay and Jerusik. One that I have just outside my lottery in Mogbo, and they're all three on the board. There's 4 picks, still a pick. To me, I'm just taking the best player left on my board. If I'm Blazers, if I'm the Blazers, I don't know who that player is, but I'm not really worried about like this isn't a spot where you're like, oh, we have to get a small forward because we need this. All these guys, like you said, have flaws. As you get further in the draft, there's even more flaws and weaknesses. So I'm just looking for certain skills that have a definite place in the NBA. And for those three I mentioned, they're all guys who can grab a ball off the boards and take it on a fast break, maybe run some offense, good passers, all good, or 2 of the 3 are good defenders. Jerusik obviously is probably not there, but he's a really smart, savvy player. I think he could be fine within a team concept, especially with Abdia now in the mix. He's actually, if his defense ever came around, offensively, he probably plays really close to the way Abdia plays. But yeah, I'm just looking for one of those guys. If you need shooting, Jalen Wells or Cam Christie, I have Jalen Wells slightly higher just because I think he can. I like his range a little bit better. I think he can shoot off dribble handoffs and a little bit of off the move, like in pick and rolls and stuff, a little bit better than Christie can. But Christie's pretty young, so maybe he learns how to do that. So I think there's like 5 guys there that all fill a certain need and all have an elite skill that they could translate to the NBA if that's one of our picks. But I'm guessing we'll probably go another direction. I'm prepared to be kind of sad that we don't take any of those guys.
Did you mention Jalen Bridges?
Jalen Bridges is a guy. I'd be fine if that's our pick because I think we talked about this yesterday, but I think he can kind of come in and be impactful like Tamani was as a rookie. I'd rather take a shot on a younger guy than I think he's 23. Oh, is he almost 24? He was in college for like 5 years.
Yeah, but it's like at this point in the draft, if you get a guy that
he's the most complete player left.
Yeah, like we could always take another Rupert, but it's just like anybody like that I feel like has a decent chance of just washing out in like 2 to 3 years. Where if you get a guy that you can see being a part of your future, I totally understand that. Like, and Jalen Bridges is a guy I could definitely see having a role in the NBA. I feel maybe more confidently about him having a role at the NBA level than anybody else left in the second round, other than maybe Tyler Smith. But Tyler Smith just is, I don't know. I'm not a fan of Tyler Smith. He's a shooter and doesn't really do anything else. Jalen Bridges is a shooter that plays defense, like really good defense on the wings. And you're going after defense, you need shooting. So if you get both of those in a player, even if he's older, especially at a small forward spot, I fully understand that. Now, then you'd have the question like, okay, is he going to be ahead of Rupert in the pecking order? And what is Rupert's development pathway then? Rupert's still very, very young, so he's a long-term project, so he doesn't have to play next year. And I don't really expect him to play much next year unless he takes a huge leap. It just raises some questions about which one of those you're going to keep long-term. And it just feels like, if you make a pick like Bridges, then the 23rd and 43rd picks last year already kind of feel like a waste. If that makes sense.
I don't think you can ever take too many swings if you're a rebuilding team.
Yeah, 100%. But it's like Rupert was never going to be so good as a rookie that like change the way you thought about him. Like when you take a guy like when you take a project, you have to be willing to stick with him for 2, 3, 4 years. You can't just 1 year, oh, we're going to take a different project now. Because then you'll just perpetually be taking and dumping prospects.
Yeah, well,
and never seeing the projects all the way through.
Yeah, I don't think Jurusik is a project. I think he's one of those kind of ready to play players.
Yeah, not every player is a project, but you get what I'm saying about like Repair. Like if you take a guy like him and then just put him ahead of Repair and then don't really value Repair and then maybe like dump him next offseason, it's like what was the point of even taking on a project because you weren't willing to see it through?
But none of the guys I mentioned play the same position as Repair. So
Jurisic?
Well, I'm other than him. Like I'm saying, he's not really. I don't consider him a project.
Jalen Bridges also plays the same position. That's kind of why I'm like speaking on this. Is you know that I like Jalen Bridges. It just raises questions about Repair.
Yeah, doesn't it make less sense to take a guy who's ready to play right now ahead of him?
Yeah, I just like his fit. I like his fit with who we have on the roster. So you prioritize that over a project, which I really like Repair as a long-term project? I don't know. That's the question. The thing is, Repair might have gone first round in this draft. So
yeah, I think it for sure does.
Maybe I'm talking myself out of Jalen Bridges. I don't know who I want, Eric, honestly. Like,
yeah.
Which is kind of cool. I don't really feel any type of way. Chat, let us know who you want in the live chat at 34. Let me know who you're rooting for.
Caleb Wilson said something about Jalen Bridges domestic.
Huh?
Something with domestic thing.
Are you thinking of Miles Bridges?
Yeah, I tried looking up Jalen Bridges arrested, domestic assault, all those things. Nothing came up, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, be careful about making claims like that when they're not true. If you thought we were talking about Miles Bridges, we will never, ever, ever want Miles Bridges on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like until the facts about the case came out with Terrence Shannon Jr., we refused to put him on our draft boards.
Yeah. We don't want bad people, like, plain and simple. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Miles Bridges should be in the league. I don't respect a team that brings a guy like that in. He has had multiple incidents. Like, one domestic violence thing is already really, really freaking bad, and I don't want you on my team. But if you have another incident like that, I don't think you deserve another chance. Is how I view that. So, yeah, no. Anyway, chat, let me know who you want at 34. Put their name in the live chat right now. We got a Furphy. We got a Chomshay. We got Tyler Smith and Chomshay. We got an Isaiah Crawford. That could be an interesting player at 52. And it feels a little high for him at 34, but I like. See, when somebody brings up a guy like Isaiah Crawford, I respect it, just because it's a dude that played at Louisiana Tech, but like he has some game. He could be interesting as like a 3-and-D guy. We got in Edwards. Who's Edwards? Am I blinking? Who's the Edwards in the second round? Who am I forgetting? Oh, Justin Edwards.
Yeah.
Jones?
I wouldn't mind him.
Which Jones? There's like 3 Joneses and one has been taken. Brawny, we got a Mogbo, we got a Kolek for shooting and scoot insurance. We need to take a old point guard for scoot insurance. I mean, we got Ant still, so that's the.
If we take a point guard, I think we're pretty obviously trading Anthony, but.
I mean, we could be taking a point guard to be a third string point. Like, I don't think it would necessarily signal that. We want Mogbo. Shaggy Squid, that was, yeah, I saw that post. That was a, like, made-up joke. Kind of messed up for somebody to make up about him.
No, it's that same guy said that he was going to miss the rest of the season because he didn't pass his classes several months ago. And then that ended up being false. And then that same guy then put a rumor that trying to ruin his draft stock yesterday as well. It's completely made up.
Yeah. David Jones is interesting, not for us, though. Yeah, like, he's just undersized. But he can score the ball. Like, he maybe has upside as a 3-level scorer. But, like, the defense, the decision-making stuff is just going to be something that probably is non-functional in a team setting for a dude that's just not good enough to make the mistakes that he makes. But in the right system, maybe he could pop. In Folly Dante, injury-prone big man after taking Clingan, I am not a fan. Cameron Christie, I would get. Why is the second round being announced in a studio, bro?
Oh, yeah, they said this is how they're going to do it.
This is stupid. This is stupid. This is stupid.
Yeah.
What the hell are the... What is the... Sorry. What the hell is the NBA doing? They have, like, the green room people in the studio? Are you kidding me? This is a joke. The NBA... This is stupid as hell. I'm actually pissed off at the NBA for this. You can't rent out whatever frickin' stadium. The NFL will do it outside for 3 days, all the way through the 7th round, in, like, downtown with a whole venue. Sometimes I wish the NBA could just copy the frickin' NFL.
But this is why I think it was dumb to move it to 2 different days, is because, like, people just...
Are we lagging?
I don't see lag.
Okay, we're fine. Weird. It gave me a no data. Did we lag at all? Lagged for a bit? Yeah, that was random. I fixed my internet, guys, so it has not lagged since. But it fixed itself right away, so I think we're good. I don't think we have to worry about lag like that anymore. That was just a little 2-second lag spike for whatever reason. So Toronto on the clock at 31. I am actually so annoyed by that, Eric. Chat, do you find this as annoying as I do? Or do you think I'm overreacting? I think it's just silly. I think it's ridiculous. That they're doing it in a studio. Kind of disrespectful for the second rounders. Exactly. I like Adam Silver, but he does some things that I just cannot stand. The lottery on Mother's Day at like noon was stupid. Okay, and then this second round, stupid. So we have to listen to Stephen A. Smith cry when the Knicks draft another international prospect? Eric?
Yeah, pretty much.
Did you see he was like bummed out about drafting Dottier?
Dude, it's like, shut up, dude. You just got Mikal Bridges, like...
You literally made this mistake when you drafted Porzingis, too.
Yeah.
And you wanted scrubs over him. Like, you didn't learn. Stupid.
Yeah, for those that don't know, apparently, it was reported by Jake L. Fisher that Portland has traded the 40th pick to OKC, who had just acquired the 52nd pick from Golden State for Lindy Waters III. And now Portland we don't know what else they got in that deal, but that's, 40 for 52, and I'm assuming hopefully a future second. Yeah, this is like, so I don't think your the club you play rec in doesn't have like a draft, right? It's just you pick
No,
your own
I kind of
teams.
wish it did. People have talked.
So the club I just joined recently has like a basketball league. I don't know if I'm going to play in it or anything, but so you have like a tryouts, and then like you get picked onto teams and stuff, and then this
That's
seems
kinda
like
fun.
what it is. I know, but
I'm intrigued
is
by
like,
that.
Like the lobby of the freaking club is like looks just like this, you know, and
What club did you join?
Vila Sport.
Oh, yeah, Eric, we should go try out. Have our pro
Yeah,
day
it'd be fun.
together. You know, somebody can
Yeah.
hit you with the pads and try and block your shot with the sticks, and I can just throw entry passes.
Yeah.
This is gonna be hard to tell when the pick's about to be announced, because you're not gonna see him walking to the podium, and you're just gonna cut to him and.
And yeah. Could we draft Chomshay during a Taco Bell commercial though, please?
Nah. Lightning won't strike twice. All right, here we go.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Toronto Raptors select Jonathan Mogo from the
Mogbo.
Oh.
Mogbo to Toronto. I like Mogbo, man. He's 6'6", but with a 7'2" wingspan, 9-foot standing reach, so he's a little undersized to the center spot, but like 6'6", plays bigger than that because of his arms, wingspan, standing reach, etc. Super athletic, dunked the ball at will last year. San Francisco guy. Shout out to the WCC. He's probably going to be the only guy drafted out of the WCC this year because no Gonzaga prospects are worth drafting unless Anton Watson goes. But he, defender, handles the ball like a guard, was a late growth spurt guy. Eric, you like this guy as well.
I actually think he's going to switch to a wing. And it's kind of fitting that he's on Toronto since he doesn't shoot. Another wing that can handle the ball and do everything but shoot. But I mean, if he is able to shoot at some point, this guy could be the star of the second round, and everyone's going to be saying, why did all these teams miss on him? Because he's got a really quick first step. He's got great handles for someone with that length. He's a defensive monster. He can guard basically 1 through 5. The first word they put on the screen after he was drafted was versatile. I completely agree with that. He just doesn't. It's not that he shoots poorly. He just doesn't shoot threes. A lot of that is because at that level or in that league, he was able to get to the basket at will, and he didn't really have to shoot that much. But I think he has a little bit of perimeter ability with that handling. Maybe that opens up his jumper. But I think he can take forwards out on the perimeter and still get by him.
I have as much faith as Donovan Clingan becoming a three-point shooter as Mogbo. I don't like. That's not why I like him. I don't really have faith in it. He was a 58% free throw shooter his last 2 years in college at the D1 level. Like Clingan made more threes at the D1 level in 2 years than Mogbo did. So yeah, it's like one of those guys where like if he can add that, then he could be a top 5 player from this class. He could be like a top 15 and 20 player from this class without shooting. But that's why I like him better at center is just like, you know, unless his best case scenario is playing next to a floor spacing center. In Toronto, they don't really have that. But I still like the pick. It's a really good value pick. Now we got Utah at 32. Utah had a great first round, Eric. Phenomenal first round.
And please do not spoil picks. I know Shams and Woj have been announcing them, but we like to react live as they happen and not read chat to see who they're taking ahead of time.
Yep, 100%.
I think there's a lot of good players on the board to make their draft even better right now. Utah's.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but getting Collier at 29, what a steal, man. They could have maybe taken him at 10. Cody Williams as well. I really like what Utah did. Jimmy, for once, I hope he's right. Mark Hoffman says, I turned my TV off and turned you on as soon as I saw that crap. Yeah, maybe they're driving more viewers our way because it's in a studio, and what the hell are we doing? Here we go with number 32.
With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Utah Jazz select Kyle
Filipowski is off the board before the Blazers pick. Shout out to him. He was pretty sad leaving the arena. I get why he's sad even more, because he had to go to this freaking studio instead today. Assuming he's there. I don't know. But Eric, he's a big name player. They've gotten big name players. What's the good and the bad? I'm going to force you to say something good about Kyle Filipowski. What's the good and the bad?
Well, I do think there is good. I do think he has a good feel for the game. I think he's got, despite, his measurements were a little disappointing, not having a positive wingspan and all that kind of stuff, or a very minimal positive wingspan. So I was a little disappointed in that. Watching him, he has all the tools to be a good player. He can dribble a little bit at his size. He can pass a little bit. Pretty good positional defender. Maybe a decent weak side rim protector / help defender. Gonna probably get cooked a lot in one-on-one perimeter situations or pick and roll. But I think he has some things that can translate. And if he ever becomes just like a high 30% consistent three-point shooter, then you could just use him as a stretch big, and I think his role would be fine no matter how good he is in other areas. So I think there is a chance he could be decent enough. I just don't have a lot of faith in him being able to create a ton at the next level like he did in college. It seemed like a lot of his baskets were just based on being able to take advantage of worse athletes and stuff in college than they would be in the pros. So I could see a scenario where he's a solid rotation player. I just don't know if he has like a ton of upside outside of hitting threes at a better clip.
I was muted. Yeah, I fully agree with everything that you said regarding Filipowski. I don't even need to add anything. Who has the 44th pick again? That was a recent trade, correct?
44?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Chat, who is the 44th pick now? I'm going to rely on you guys to help me with these picks here.
44 to Atlanta for AJ Griffin. That's what it was.
Atlanta has it now. Okay.
Yeah. We got a lot of Tyler Smith fans in chat.
Chat, why are you guys fans of Tyler Smith outside of his three-point shooting? That's my question. I'm challenging the people that want Tyler Smith. I feel like Tyler Smith would make sense for Milwaukee. I kind of hope Tyler Smith goes here to Milwaukee.
The Bucks got killed on social media last night for their pick of AJ Johnson in the first round.
I don't even think it's that bad of a pick. Like, he has upside.
It's not that bad. It's very similar to me with the Nikola Topic pick by OKC. It's just pick whatever player you think is going to be the best, right? And don't worry about if he's ready right now or not. But the Bucks do seem to be a team that needs to be ready to win sooner rather than later. So it's a little weird in my mind, but I think Furphy would be interesting to them. Tyler Smith makes sense. Adembona makes some sense, I think. Cam Christie makes sense here. Jalen Wells makes sense. Justin Edwards makes sense. I think there's a lot of players that Kevin McCullough maybe even.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of players here that make sense. Bronny.
Bronny. Yeah. Bronny behind Dame.
So this is the Blazers are up next. And from everything we've heard, they're keeping 34, but have already traded 40.
Yeah, for
Although,
52.
If anyone sees what the Blazers got in addition to 52, please let us know. Because I still haven't seen anything on that.
Charlotte is no update from Fisher on it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what compensation Portland got for moving down from 40 to 52. Honestly, Eric, would it shock you if they moved down from 40 to 52 just for cash considerations?
It would not shock me at all, but that would be very disappointing. There was a report today that
Jody got to pat her pockets, Eric. You can't be disappointed. She got to pat her pockets. Just had
there
to
was
get
a
that
report today, though, that Bucks are up.
All right.
Texas and the NBA G League's Team Ignite.
Tyler Smith. It's so hard to tell when he's coming to the freaking podium. Tyler Smith goes 33. That's kind of what I was hoping for. I'm not a big Tyler Smith fan for the Blazers, and he goes here to the Milwaukee Bucks out of the G League Ignite. Good 3-point shooter. I think his 3-point shooting might be I don't know. Is it a little overrated? Shot 36%, which is a decent percentage, but people act like he's a 3-point specialist sniper. I will say, making the jump to the NBA 3-point line as an 18-year-old and shooting that percentage at that speed, it's very promising. But I had a story. I talked about it last season. I went to a G League Ignite remix game, and this just kind of stuck in my head. I sat right behind their bench. Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick, just Portland's up. Do not spoil Portland's pick in chat, please. We want to react live. Please do not. This could be one of those moments for Tori or I.
Yeah.
So please don't. But finish your story, Tori.
So there is a play where they drew up a play for him to drive a lane out of a timeout from the top of the key, and then when they were out there on the court, play developed in a way where he had a lane going left. He's a lefty. And had a lane, and then just did not drive the lane, and his coach got super, super pissed off about it. And then 3-4 seconds later, he throws a nice backdoor pass to a cutter for a layup, and one of the assistant coaches was like, "Oh, he made a good pass though," and the coach was just like, "I don't care." Was pissed off that he didn't execute the play. He just doesn't drive. He doesn't attack. He just doesn't do much offensively for me outside the shot. I think he'll be a 37-38% shooter at the next level, but I just don't think he provides much value. And defensively, he can block some shots, but has a lot of work to do on that end, just with cleaning up some of his positioning stuff. So I think he can maybe play right away for the Bucks, though, because he can provide some shooting at a 4 spot, and they don't have much off the bench. So I like this pick for the Bucks. I would not have liked it as much for the Blazers.
Yeah.
Are we going to get the Blazers pick during a freaking commercial? It's a Subway commercial, Eric. See, you can't have the Taco Bell stuff strike twice, okay? It has to be a different restaurant, okay? You're not going to get some sort of Chomshay who's the next Jokic, and you're not going to get him when they're showing the Cheez-It thing that they're doing at Taco Bell now, it's... Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I got to try it because I love Cheez-Its, man. I love Cheez-Its, but... Pick is in for the Blazers.
Do not spoil it.
Are we really gonna get it during commercial? Yeah, just don't look at chat. Just do not look at chat.
All right, I won't.
I gotta watch the bottom ticker. Of course, it's our pick that they're gonna do during a freaking commercial, man.
I'm not looking chat. I'm trying so hard.
I'm working on graphics.
Furphy, Kolek on the board, Clintman on the board. There's your guy.
Clement is not my guy. I just have a feeling he's going to be a Blazer somehow.
I mean, Adem Bona was the guy linked to Portland a lot. But does that make a ton of sense?
Oh, I thought it was the selection graphic. I got a skateboarding commercial on my TV right now. And now they're in an ocean. Oh, it's
Pacifico.
I've never heard of that. But I'm not much of a beer drinker.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they announce this pick during the commercial, I will play the part of Mark Tatum and announce the pick.
If they don't go Shamshay here, I think you're right. There's still a chance he could be there at 52, but man.
I love that y'all get so nervous for a second round pick. It's fun stuff. There's been good players selected at this point of the draft. Just look at Jalen Brunson. Just look at Nikola Jokic. You can get somebody that ends up being a really good player, even though it's in the second round. So, yeah.
Middleton, Draymond.
The Blazers select Tyler Kolek.
Oh.
We don't need forwards, Eric. We just need a center and a point guard. The Blazers selected.
White.
Oh man, we are. Yeah.
Oh, it's traded to the Knicks. He's a Knick. Okay.
All right. Goodbye, Tyler Kolek. You were a Blazer for like 5 seconds in my heart.
All right. Who do we trade?
What are we getting? 38. Read the chat, guys. It's
we can read the chat because people spoil picks, and I saw those people. Oh, interesting pick. Oh, CJ LP 2.0. Like, we can't read the chat. You guys
3
do
seconds?
not listen.
3 seconds, bruh? Oh man, really?
Wait, they already gave up 5 seconds the other day.
So not even a pick in this draft. Okay. Why would
No, Jimmy, we're not reading the chat, dude. Now we'll read chat.
Yeah. All right. Well,
we traded both. If we trade all our picks and don't have us,
yeah, we only get 1 pick from this draft after having 4 going in.
Wasn't he someone that you
we just traded?
Said Nick should take
Kolek?
Or was that GP? Or not GP? Collier.
Collier was like who I liked for the Knicks. Pick is in for San Antonio. Let me put San Antonio's graphic up there. Eric, we just traded this pick for 60% of GP 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So, like,
Conzen says Shamshay will be there at 40. Yeah, we don't have 40 anymore either.
Oh man.
We traded both picks.
I'm disappointed. And there were people like, oh, who cares? The second round, bad draft, blah, blah, blah. I'm disappointed. Maybe if Tyler Smith was still on the board, then we would have taken him.
52 will be a 2-way. There was also a report today, I forgot who said it, but that almost every team early, like in the whole second round, was not offering guaranteed roster spots. and it was frustrating some of the prospects. But I mean, that's probably what's going to happen
Yeah.
a lot in this new CBA. So yeah,
Shamshay is gonna be there at 52. Watch.
maybe.
San Antonio.
The San Antonio Spurs select Johnny Furphy from Melbourne,
Furphy.
Australia, the NBA Global Academy in Australia.
All right. So all like the top guys are going. Furphy's gone. Tyler Smith gone. Filipowski gone. I like Furphy in San Antonio though at this spot. Like I'm not a Furphy fan. I thought he was an early second round prospect. This is actually like right where I had him on my big board. A lot of people said he might be a like option at 14 for Portland a couple months ago. But on a team that has really good defense, you get a shooter with some athleticism. Like maybe he can create one day. I just don't have much faith in it. He just didn't show much in that regard at Kansas out of a straight line drive. I like him there.
I think Furphy's being traded.
Oh, of course. It's Rob Dillingham again. Spurs traded him to Indiana. Indiana has the next pick. I guess Indiana wanted Furphy at 36, and then San Antonio took him at 35, so now they're trading for him? Here's the second round chaos, Eric.
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be chaos if people just reported what the actual trades were, but they don't think anyone cares like we care.
Yeah.
And so, like, I understand that, but if they just announce what the actual freaking trades were, because according to the draft coverage, they're showing Johnny Furphy's fit with Castle there.
Yeah.
If anyone sees what 3 seconds we got from New York, I'm assuming none of them are in this draft. I think what this is shaping up to be, Tori, is, like I said, two-way with 52. And we have 15 players under contract now. I think they just keep all of them and stay just under the tax and don't add anyone else really outside of, obviously,
They trade someone.
Trades will still happen, but I'm saying, like, in terms of like drafting or free agent wise, I think they're pretty content with the 15 they have right now.
Somebody
other
said,
than trades.
Yeah, somebody said we're not drafting today. Yeah, we are. We have the 52nd pick. Now we might trade it.
Yeah.
So is this Indiana still? Woj says Knicks could be moving 38. Yeah, they just traded up to 34 for Kolek. Wait. You know who we're drafting at 52? If the Suns don't take him at 51.
The Suns do not have 51.
Are you sure about that?
Did they just get it?
Somebody said they made a trade with the Wizards. I'll look.
They were wrong in chat. I already told you that was wrong.
Yeah, but you were saying OKC had 51 and they actually had 52.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
someone in chat kept saying the Blazers were trading 40 for 51, and that was wrong too.
The Pacers select Juan Nunez. It's really hard to see when this pick's going to be announced. Juan Nunez to the Pacers, but who knows? It's probably somewhere else. So who has 51 then?
As far as I know, it's the Knicks.
I love playing this game every second round, man. At least I got to take a break before we played this game.
Yeah.
Chat, is there like a live board that includes traded picks?
3.
Studio Vibe is so weird. I absolutely agree.
Okay, thank you, Rip City. Juan Nunez at 36 plus cash to San Antonio for Johnny Furphy at 35 for Indiana. So I think San Antonio was clearly going to pick Nunez. Yeah. Indiana wanted Furphy, and San Antonio picks up some cash. They both get their guys. So
cool.
Nunez might be stashed overseas. Yep. Thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
And Woj is just saying 3 future seconds for Tyler Kolek, which I think is, for 34, that's fine.
Yeah,
but if they're all the
it's
Knicks seconds, I hope it's someone bad's, like one of those is someone's bad second, because it'd be nice to have a little bit more.
Also, if you just perpetually trade seconds for more seconds and then never actually use those seconds, what are the points of what is the point of those seconds? I guess maybe you can trade for a GP 2 weeks, but you know.
Well, we did end up using 2 seconds in the Abdia trade yesterday, so we got to replenish those somehow.
True.
We don't.
Can we replenish
really,
the first by trading Jeremy Grant too?
Despite that GP2 trade, we didn't have a ton of future seconds.
Yeah.
Well, because a couple of ours, or one of them, is tied up with that Chicago pick, and then New York did trade five seconds to, or was it New York, or OKC did?
Mm-hmm.
Who traded 5 seconds yesterday for a first round pick?
OKC. It's for Dylan Jones, 26.
Yeah, Dylan Jones, right? Yeah. Thanks, Chat.
Shout out to Chat for helping us.
Yeah, Alex, this is what happens in most drafts, and it's really frustrating trying to follow along. Is when when ESPN.
You know what? It was fun to like sit back and try and figure it out like before we streamed. But running a stream, like try to plug in graphics, and it's like, oh well, this pick is just so much. It's just so much to do, man. So much to keep track of. It's a little different streaming wise. I should have had a whiteboard or something that I could change, but these picks are flying by. I thought they'd take a little bit more time. Hopefully they go back to 1 day next year.
This Minnesota pick was traded
to Detroit.
Along with Wendell Moore to Detroit earlier today.
Alrighty. I got to catch up
on. Daniel, we do still have a second round pick, 52, so maybe you can still get to see that at 52, but
yeah,
got 15 picks to go for.
And after this draft, we'll kind of talk about the next steps for the Blazers moving forward. At the end of the stream, we'll talk about maybe undrafted free agent signings, and after the draft, there are usually some undrafted free agent signings, two-way guys. So we'll stream for a little bit after this round and talk about that and can react to that. So
Knicks are trading 38 to OKC.
What is OKC doing, bro? OKC's just trading all over the place. OKC got 40.
38 and 40?
Thunder and Knicks love each other. Yeah,
Is it?
I don't know.
Didn't they? Maybe it's not this. I guess I haven't looked at their roster situation, but like each of the past 2 or 3 years, they've had way too many players and picks for roster spots, and they've had to like cut players in training camp and stuff.
They got so many picks, though, it doesn't matter. They're just like messing around, for fun. It's like somebody in our mock off season is really what this reminds me of. All right. Here we go.
With the 37th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Bronny James from Baltimore.
He's not a Blazer.
Hands, tight hands of the NBL.
My gut feeling was wrong. Bobby Klintman to the Pistons. This pick, Minnesota traded to Detroit earlier today. Bobby Klintman got the glasses on, got the oversized suit on, and the big chain, Eric. Rate his fit. Because that's like from back in your day.
That jacket looks like he Uh, he like became a kid and put on his dad's suit to be funny. I don't know. Wow.
Damn. Scathing fit review from Eric Brandt. I like the glasses. I need glasses like that. They're probably worth a lot of money. So OKC's up right now. And then did pick number 40 get traded?
I mean, it was reported there was a deal in place for Portland to move 40 for 52, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, to like OKC has 40. Did they swap it for 38 is what I'm asking.
Oh, I don't know. Who the freak?
Because if not, they took. Who'd they take at 12 again?
Topic.
Oh yeah, what a weird draft from them, man. What a weird draft. Oh my goodness, I need to. Okay, fix that. There we go.
But can someone summarize the Filipowski and his girlfriend story for me?
His girlfriend leave him because he didn't get drafted first round? What?
I don't know. I think she's an older, like she's 7 or 8 years older than him or something. That's the only thing I really.
Oh wow, good for him.
She's like 26. I mean, that's.
That's only like 6 years.
Oh, she convinced him to cut off all ties with his family when he was in high school.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
Yikes.
She was his babysitter.
What?
I mean,
Okay, I'm kind of glad we didn't draft him now. What the hell? What the hell type of story is that?
That's really weird, but I mean, yeah. I'm not saying this is right or anything. But how many older women prey upon young NBA players? Most of them, when they're in the NBA, are obviously of age, so it's a little different. But how many women have gotten pregnant to get a paycheck each month from these players, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty common. I don't know if that's necessarily weird, other than he was underage. That's not good.
This pick is going to OKC. The graphic won't even update. Alright, here we go.
AJ Mitchell from Liège, Belgium.
The Thunder get
University of
AJ
California,
Mitchell.
Santa Barbara.
What? This doesn't make any sense. Why would the Thunder trade up to 38 to get another point guard?
Bro, they're like the Blazers
got-
for real. I mean, AJ Mitchell is a good pick here. I like AJ Mitchell, but they got Topic at 12, and now they get AJ Mitchell, and also they might have 40 still. I don't understand, Eric. I don't understand at all. Do you understand?
I'm just trying to figure out if we have 40s or not. Apparently we do not, but
They only had to give up cash for 38, so why not, I guess? They only gave up cash? Okay, I feel better about us getting 3 seconds at 32. Although, they're probably crappy
34.
seconds, huh? 34, I mean, yeah. He's the next
40.
Jordan Bell. You remember you got
Dude.
traded for cash. All right, up next is Memphis. What were you gonna say?
I already know what's going to happen.
You do.
Yes. No, the 40th pick is going to be Shamshay, and I'm going to have no idea how to react because I
Oh, they
don't
sent
know
40 in cash. Oh, so Portland traded Portland traded 40 to OKC, and then they traded 40 in cash to New York.
Why did they? Okay. I mean, 40 to 38 for cash is a good move, but I don't understand why they'd move up to get Adrian
I don't
Mitchell.
understand
But
a lot of things right now. So we got New York at 40 now. $41 is Philly. 42 is Charlotte. 43 is Miami. Maybe we'll get a break in terms of teams trading picks, hopefully.
Topic will be out for most of his rookie season.
Yeah,
Will he?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, the torn ACL he has to recover from.
Thought it was only partially torn and
I mean, yeah,
maybe
that's
the
still
surgeon's
something
saying
you gotta
either way.
recover from, so I don't know.
No, we don't. So 34 we traded for 3 seconds. 40 we traded for 52, and I have not seen what else we got besides 52.
It could have been cash. Guys, check out the crazy sinkhole in Illinois on that soccer field. It's wild. Yeah, maybe after the stream. I don't know. I'm kind of doing a lot of things right now. I'm a little busy. To check out a sinkhole, but sinkholes are pretty wild. Blazer fan says IDK if I can be a fan anymore. Well, then you're gonna have to change your username, bro. I just want to troll chat for the rest of the stream. Shams effing just pulling the trigger on tweets without full deals, then deleting it later is pretty frustrating. Yeah, I mean, come on. Shams supposed to be better than that, bro. Come on, Shams. Who's Phil? Dr. Phil? Changing it to Blazer Maniac. Yeah, I mean, that's more fitting because we're all maniacs for being Blazer fans, right? So the final trade for sources, OKC trade Lenny Wires for 52 to Golden State. Then Thunder moved from 52 to 40 with Portland. And OKC jumped from 40 to 38. Yeah, OKC's wild. Here we go with Memphis.
In the 2024 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Jalen Wells from Washington State.
Jalen Wells. Eric, you like Jalen Wells. Washington State, good to see them represented in this draft. What are your thoughts on this pick? You're muted, by the way.
Elite pure shooter, can hit from range, can shoot off the dribble, has a little bit of a step back three, dribble handoff, can shoot off of that. Maybe some untapped off the dribble stuff. That's to be seen. But I just think as a pure shooter, he is one of the best in the draft.
Yeah, I like him for Memphis. They need shooting, and especially like a power or a small forward position. He has decent size. He's like legit 6'6". So, I'm just gonna put New York on the screen. It says 38. This is 40th. They traded the New York and OKC swapped the 38th and 40th picks. All right. This pick was initially Portland, so whoever they draft here is going to have Portland logo. Maybe next year I just don't even switch around the graphics for trades in the second round.
Yeah.
Can't even keep up with it anyway. It's just wild stuff. Washington State could have a second guy drafted too. Isaac Jones. You actually, it's funny because they took Edey at 9 and Jalen Wells at 39. You have Jalen Wells higher on your board.
I don't know. Is that someone reporting that, Joey? He says Rich Paul is calling teams and saying not to take Bronny, and if they do, he's going to Australia. Which is not surprising at all. Someone call that man's bluff.
I know. Like, what's it?
Nothing.
So Bronny doesn't want to play in the NBA then? Or is that Rich Paul? Like, who is that coming from? I think you could call his bluff. I don't think Bronny is going to Australia if he has a chance to go to the NBA.
This goes back to what I've been saying all along. LeBron is full of absolute crap when he says that it's not a priority to play with him anymore. He was simply saying that so no team takes him, thinking they're going to get LeBron to come, when that might be the case. But LeBron doesn't want to have to do that. He just wants the Lakers to get him. And, so now this is... there was probably someone who was calling saying they were considering taking him, and now Rich Paul has to say crap like this. It's so dumb.
I mean, Phoenix is at 56. LA's at 55, right? I guess Phoenix could try and jump the Lakers to take them, is what the Lakers might be worried about.
Yeah, for sure. Probably pretty easy to trade a spot or 2 spots higher.
If they'll take Bronny to Australia. That's so funny, man.
Just, if that was going to be the case, just freaking go back to school.
I know. Like, that proves he only entered the draft because he's LeBron's son.
And he wants to go to the Lakers.
Mm-hmm. I don't even know if this is... Who knows if this is even Bronny wanting this, which was what makes it weird.
Phoenix has the 40th pick now?
What?
The Knicks traded it?
Phoenix is on the clock.
Are they going to take...
Are we going to get Bronny with the Blazers logo? Okay. You know what's funny? I'll put the Phoenix animation and information up here because I got the Knicks graphic and they're both orange. It actually kind of fits. So this pick has been traded apparently like 4 times already. It went from Portland to OKC to New York to Phoenix.
Do not spoil the pick, please.
Yeah. Do not spoil the pick.
I haven't seen anyone spoil it. I'm just...
Do not spoil. I'm going to text Gabe. You guys have 40 drafting now. FYI. I don't know if he's streaming or not.
Dallas is the 40th pick getting tossed around the whole squad.
I know.
Wait, the Suns traded 51 and 56? Wait, how did they get...
he is streaming right now.
So they did have 51? I'm so confused. What?
I tried to say they had 51, bro. I don't know when they got 51. You're telling me I was wrong. I was right.
Sorry.
Let's send it back to Commissioner Mark Tatum, Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
With the 40th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Osasure Igudaro from Marquette University.
Oso Igudaro. All right.
I don't think that's a bad pick for Phoenix if that's where it's going.
It's just a little anticlimactic for this pick after being traded
Yeah.
4 times to end in Oso Iguodaro.
Yeah.
He might be in this year's Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah. He can do a lot of the little things they needed. Good passer, good rebounder, solid defender. Little undersized for center, but you got KD and stuff with some size. So I think that's a pretty good fit.
Yeah. Yeah, they addressed their wing defender and maybe backup big man position. Oso might be ready to help them a little bit right away. He can pass. The thing is like, I know some Suns fans have been begging for a stretch 5 to complement Nurkic, saying Budenholzer likes his stretch 5s. But he is absolutely not a shooter, and he's a bit undersized. So, and I just don't know if he can defend the center position well. I don't know what they could have done here that would have been legitimately better, so it's fine. I just don't know if he actually factors into their rotation or not. It would have been hard to get a rotation player here anyway, though, so.
Yeah. Jerusalem would have been interesting for them. I think Cam Spencer would have been interesting. But yeah, I mostly agree.
So now I got Philly on the clock at 41.
Why did they make him put on the stupid hat knowing it's...
I don't know. The NBA does a lot of things wrong,
man. For those just joining us or that don't know, the Blazers picked Tyler Kolek for the Knicks at 34 and Oso Iguodaro after this pick has been traded several times. I guess is winding up in Phoenix. So neither of Portland's picks at 34 or 40 are theirs anymore. So you don't have to worry about how Tyler Kolek fits in or whatever.
Yeah.
Daniel says, Sean Hykins tweeted, I believe the Blazers are picking at 52 now. Thanks.
Oh, it wasn't a confirmation? Interesting. Because this was like a time when, it would actually be good to get the confirmation there. I'm not gonna get started, Eric. Don't worry.
Yeah. I do think Bronny should go to LA, but I do really want someone to just take him and
It would
say,
just be funny.
screw you, Lakers.
Especially
On the
considering-
seconds,
Sorry, go ahead.
2027 Minnesota, 2029 least favorable of Indiana and Washington, and New York's own 2030 seconds.
I was hoping for a little bit better there. But considering... Yeah.
Oh, that's, several years away, so...
Yeah.
Those picks will probably be traded by then anyway, so...
Yeah, probably. Okay. 7 was Orlando. 48. Do you remember who's picking 48? Oh, San Antonio. Okay.
Did that get traded too? Was Rip City Brady's the only message you read off?
Yeah. Was there another one?
There was a couple. Vadron Makatin, Australian 299. Don't know. Best remaining shooter we can get with the next pick. Jalen Wells is off the books. I think Cam Christie is probably the best shooter left, if I'm not forgetting someone.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other snipers? Cam Spencer, I guess.
Yeah.
Justin Edwards, maybe.
I want a shooter that's big enough to swing up to the 3, though.
Yeah, Justin Edwards would be that guy, I guess. Carter Dick with a $5 donation. I found it interesting that Cronin said in his press conference, we are or we're building around Scoot, and Shaden didn't mention Ant or Grant once.
I agree. I also found that interesting.
Yeah. I don't know if he necessarily meant it that way, but obviously we've invested a lot in Scoot and Sharp, and they're definitely helping the main players moving forward. Smog, a member for 41 months, message says checking in from 30K feet in the air. Hit like bozos.
You're on a plane, bro? Where is he flying to?
Where are you going?
What the hell? Smog's one of our guys. I don't know what he's doing on a plane, though. Have you ever ridden a plane? Didn't you, like, never ridden a plane before?
Me?
No, Smog.
Oh, I don't know about Smog.
I don't know. Could be completely fabricating that. Not sure. Hey, if you're watching us on a plane, that's pretty cool, though. That's pretty cool. I like that. Ooh, you know what's cool? We get to start using the new Clippers logo now.
Sweet.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
They are saying that's true, that Rich Paul's warning people not to take them. God. The power plays, dude. I cannot believe that.
Here we go with Philly.
In the 2024 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Adem Bona from Ebonyi, Nigeria, and UCLA.
Ooh. Is that a...
The Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. He moved.
Is that a Paul Reed replacement? If they're trying to... Because he's what? Non-guaranteed?
Partially guaranteed, I think. Yeah,
I thought it was partially
wouldn't be
guaranteed only if they won the first round or something like that.
Let me look at it.
I forget. It was some sort of like weird like incentive-based guarantee structure. But this, honestly, this is who the Suns should have taken. I think this is who the Suns should have taken instead of Oso.
Yeah.
I like this pick. If they're trying to save money on Paul Reed, I like this as a guy that could like replace that Paul Reed hustle energy guy, big man role, athletic, plays very, very hard. He was maybe the highest floor player at this point in the draft. I like this pick for Philly, assuming they're moving on from Paul Reed.
Yeah.
Philly fans will love him, dude. Philly fans will love him. He's a hustle guy. He fits that city.
Yeah.
Why did we trade the 40th pick? Because we got 52 and something else. Who knows? Oh, is that Smog's plane above you? Shout out to him for me, from the ground.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
What?
It's non-guaranteed, fully guaranteed if they would have won the opening round of the playoffs.
Yep. So they can save that 7-8 million. And this is their replacement. I like it. Out the mud to out of Philly.
Yeah, I live, well, not too far from the Hillsborough Airport, so there's a lot of planes.
Here we go with Charlotte.
From the University of Colorado.
KJ Simpson to Charlotte.
That's a good pick for them.
Yeah.
third Colorado player in this draft. I think he could be like a Tyus Jones type.
Yeah,
in the
that's
NBA.
kind of what I likened him to.
And they need just a steady guy because LaMelo's been. What the heck?
You got trains, you got planes, and you got car alarms.
Yeah.
Shamshe's still on the board, Eric.
I live in North Plains. Alex, it's sort of awkward watching the family stare at the kids getting drafted while their kids are sitting there still. Yeah, this whole setup is just so weird.
It is very, very weird. I hate it.
I got lots of leftover pizza, yeah.
Oh, man. I like barely ate yesterday. I was too busy.
Imagine the Blazers don't take Shamshe just to spite the Blazers Uprise guys. Well, I don't think Tori would be too upset, but
They wouldn't be spiting me. They'd be spiting Eric.
I don't even know if I can react that much because, like, 50, like, what if we don't keep that pick or.
Yeah. No, you gotta react as if we are, and then if we aren't, then you gotta react to that too.
This is effing bullcrap. Apparently, we have the 52nd pick still.
Yeah.
Look at this idiot thinking that Portland selected.
All right, Miami is on the clock.
They took Claware in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's several good fits here for them.
Yeah.
That's funny, Aiden. Do UD undrafted free agents sign today? Yeah, usually right after the draft, you'll find out some that were begging teams not to draft him because they had a two-way in place or whatever.
Here we go with Miami.
With the 43rd pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the Miami Heat select Nikola Juricic from Belgrade, Serbia.
Jurisic, I forgot he was on the board. That's a good pickup for Miami. Watch, he's gonna go there and be really, really good now. On his way to Atlanta. I don't even know what she just said. Trade to Atlanta. Oh, he's going to Atlanta.
Oh, that makes me like it less.
So did Atlanta just trade up a spot? Like, what are we doing, bro? Another team traded up one spot? I can't keep up with the trades anymore. I'm just doing the teams that are better. Yeah.
And Nikola drafted at 42.
They like their
Jokic
Nicolas,
41.
Jokic and Jurisic.
Well, he's not going to Miami.
Oh, you're right. You said who was 41?
I'm saying Jokic was 41.
Bro. Oh, he was... Yeah, Jurisic was just drafted 43. I was going to say he's worth 42 at the Combine. I was about to start a conspiracy, but it's all fake.
At the Combine, he just looked like a lot more experienced and advanced than a lot of players there.
Yeah.
I really like his development throughout the year. Checked in on him earlier in the season, was not impressed at all. As the season went along, we started seeing he was putting together a lot of really good games. And so I watched a couple of games late in the season, and the guy really could play, man. Just has just one of those guys who you just want to get him on the floor and just makes plays, you know.
Yeah. They're showing Donovan Clingan. Are we interview? Oh, is there a Donovan Clingan interview? I might have to play that.
Think when they get back.
My guy, Donovan Clingan.
If we have 4 picks in this draft, and we come away with just Clingan.
We have Dia trade saves everything, bro.
I don't know.
He cooked on that Avdia trade for real.
Aiden asked if you want a Clingan or Avdia jersey more.
Clingan.
That's kind of a tough question because I think having an Avdia jersey might bring about some
Yeah, let's not
political
go there.
stuff you
Yeah,
don't want
let's
to
not
necessarily
go-
have. No, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I think some people might see that as,
Yeah.
here's the train.
Shout out to that train. Shout out to the timing on that train, man.
Yeah, I'm living in my Chauncey jersey if he falls to 52 and we take him. I'll just wear it under my work shirt every day, and or maybe I'll get like 7 so I have one for each day of the week.
Yeah. So who's at 51 now? This is the never-ending question, Eric. OKC is? Right, no,
No,
OKC
it's the
traded to New York.
Knicks.
Oh, New York is. Yeah.
Yeah.
The never-ending question of where will 40 end up and who has 51?
We both got traded like 8 times. Yeah, the train goes at night too. Yep. I've kind of gotten used to it, so it doesn't bother me that much. Bronny at 55, all but confirmed. I mean, if Rich Paul has his way, yeah.
What if the Lakers pass on him?
That'd be really funny. Well, at that point, there's only 58 picks. Oh, pick is in Pell Larson to the Rockets.
Oh, it was during a New Balance
I-
commercial. They were showing Jamal Murray. That's a sign.
I don't. Who knows if it's. Oh no, this is the Atlanta pick that they just traded. So that's going to Miami.
Yeah, I guess they swapped a spot. So, and I don't know. On to the next. You know what's funny is San Antonio and Indiana swapped like 36 and 35. San Antonio has 48 and Indiana has 49-50. So, were those picks involved in the trade? I don't freaking know at this point, man. This is the funnest game to play during the second round. Who has which pick? I don't know why I enjoy it so much. But I also hate it at the same
Oh,
time.
here's Clingan.
My guy.
You would know in the moment you were drafted that your mother, who unfortunately is no longer with us, would be proud of you. What did you feel in that moment?
Wait, so
knowing
this
that that came
pick
to
is
fruition?
Toronto?
You know, I knew she was smiling down on me. You know, I worked very hard for this moment my whole life. You know, so just to have that moment with my family, I know she's looking down on me. She's happy for me. She's proud of me. You
she wants me to keep working. She's gonna want me to keep getting better, and that's what I'm gonna go do.
We had a couple of minutes with Alex Sarr joining us a little bit earlier, and he mentioned just how insane the last 18 hours have been since he was drafted. Can you just walk us through what it's been like for you?
Yeah, a lot of media, a lot of photos. I was able to talk to Coach Phillips and the organization over there, front office. Great people. I'm really excited to get out to Portland tomorrow, and just a lot of media, a lot of photos, and just trying to meet new people.
Donovan, congratulations on landing in Portland. How do you feel about being there, and what do you think you bring to the table specifically for that roster as presently assembled?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I feel like they have a young roster that is on a heavy climb to winning a lot of games and competing at a high level, and someone that just wants to win. I'm really excited to be able to go there and try to have an impact right away. On the defensive end, protecting the rim at a high level in the ball screen game. Just having active hands, move my feet, being able to switch. On offense, just spacing the floor, knocking down the 3-ball, being able to play make, hit the backdoor cutters, find everyone cut in, find the shooters, and really just try to be the best teammate possible and be the most coachable player on the team.
Donovan, you've won each of your last game of the season, the last 2 years of high school, the last 2 years of college. I'm not sure there's another player who could say that. What do you hope going into Portland that you can bring to the environment there that impacts winning beyond what you do on the floor?
A lot of energy. I'm very outgoing. I want to build a lot of great relationships. I just want to bring a lot of pop into
quick one.
Into the building. I'm just really excited to be able to get there and try to have an impact on winning right away.
Donovan, you ever go to Coach Hurley and say, why can't you just let me shoot some threes? I mean, was that ever? In the pre-draft stuff, they said you shot pretty well, but in college, I didn't see a ton of volume threes out of you.
No, hey, Coach needed me to do certain things to win, and that's what I did.
See, and that is the type of player that Portland's getting. That's the type of player that you would always look for,
He
Bob.
wanted to shoot the threes.
Whenever it takes to win. Donovan Clingan, thank you so much. Congratulations again. Good luck in Portland, and we'll be seeing you down the road.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
In the meantime, picks have been flying around.
I like him, man. I like him as a dude.
Yeah, for sure. So this pick is going to Toronto because they traded. I don't know
They traded
what
to
else
Washington
was in there,
and
but
traded it to Toronto, right?
Jaden McDaniels.
Oh yeah.
Or Jalen McDaniels. Sorry, wait. Whatever the lesser McDaniel
the
brother
worst
is.
McDaniels. It's like
He's
the worst
headed-
of two draft picks.
He's headed to the Kings, and apparently, Davion
Jamal
Mitchell.
Shed is the 45th pick to Toronto.
Wait, so they got Davion Mitchell and Jamal Shed,
I guess.
or is Davion not part of that trade? Because that makes no sense.
No, Davion's in Toronto. And so is Jamal Shed. Hey, quickly needs defense around him, man. Right? Something? I don't know.
Sure.
There's the
He
animation.
needs 2 super undersized defensive guards.
Masai Ujiri became so overrated just because of the Kawhi trade.
It's Davion, I think, got traded to Toronto along with this pick.
Yeah, I believe. Ooh, you know what it's time for?
The Clippers? New logo?
Yup.
He's
Oh,
20,
where's that
Jimmy,
go?
but still same.
Oh, it's not the blue. Okay, I need to download it. I'm having to download these from the cloud. Because the last thing I want to do is try and do graphics on the main computer after crashing yesterday. Thank goodness I saved it right before our pick. That would have been bad. I had to go grab the stream key and plug it in. like after restarting my software, like as fast as possible. It was stressful, bro. Stressful. Do they have the new Clippers logo? Yeah, they do. Nice. Love it. Anyway, you're saying
Bronny been drafted yet? No, he is not, Junior.
Bronny to LA, but the Clippers. Watch.
Let's go. Come on, Clippers.
I like their logo. Chat, how do you feel about the Clippers logo? Best players on the board, according to ESPN, McCullough, Cam Christie, Justin Edwards, Chomchi they have at 4. Harrison Ingram, Melvin Ajinça.
Crush, you don't have to put someone in timeout for opinion stuff, as long as they're not attacking anybody.
Here we go with the Clippers.
With the 46th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the LA Clippers select Cameron Christie from the University of Minnesota.
Good pick for them.
Yeah, he gets to be in LA with his brother, you know. Max plays for the Lakers. Cam gets to play for the Clippers. Good pick for them. Floor spacer. I think this is pretty good value on him. I think he's a better prospect than Max Christie was. Like, actually, I really like this pick for the Clippers. I really like the logo change. I really like Cam Christie here. Good job.
Definitely Max is a free agent, but yeah.
Restricted, though, right?
Well, it depends on if they offer him or not. They might try to avoid the
just
aprons.
I think Cam is a more functional athlete than Max, and I think he's a better shooter coming into the league, and I think he's a little bit better as a passer playmaker. And Cam and Max Christie was not bad last year for the Lakers. Like, he was okay. He was solid. He played some rotational minutes on a team trying to win games. So if Cam can be even better than him, then this is probably going to be a steal.
Mm-hmm. Default username says ESPN is high on Jean Shea, like Eric. They have him as the third best available at 47. I still have him as the 4th rated person on my board. We are not the same. Do not put me in. I'm all in on my Jean Shea love.
Bro, that means I'm like you because out of the players left on the board, hold on. Let me look at this real quick. First, let me change the graphic over. He might be the number 1 player left on my board.
Orlando traded 47 to New Orleans.
Of course they did.
Thank you, Nicola.
Whatever, we're just using Orlando.
Is New Orleans where Missy ended up?
Yeah.
We both thought that was a pretty good pick for them.
Portland traded 52? Question mark? What do you mean?
Where did you see that? The Magic are trading 47 in New Orleans for 2 future pick swaps.
2nd round pick swaps, I assume?
That'll be fun. More crap you have to input.
I know. Yeah, for mock off season. Yeah. Sick. Cool. I just don't like that trade for the mock off season next year. All right. Who's 53? 53 is Minnesota, and 54 is Boston.
Does Clingan have the potential to be like Jokic? No.
Jokic?
I don't think he plays anything like Jokic. He's probably better defensively.
He just doesn't have the scoring feel or the, like, he doesn't move that way.
Doesn't handle the ball, can't create as much. Is a functional passer, but not like a creator, passer, playmaker type. So
I think, yeah. Antonio Reeves, 47 to Orlando. I like that, actually.
it's New Orleans.
To New Orleans. God dang it.
Yeah, which
I
also
don't like
is,
that as much at all.
I mean, they need guard depth, so I think that's solid.
I guess. You like Antonio Reeves, though. We've kind of liked Antonio Reeves during this process. He's just a bucket getter, can shoot.
You liked him a lot more than I did earlier in the season. It kind of frustrated me that he was out there scoring 20 points with Reed Shepherd and Rob Dillingham not getting the ball as much. But as the season went on, they started not playing him as much towards the end of games and let the young guys kind of cook a little bit. And but yeah, I mean,
He shot like 45% from three or something last year, right?
Shot the three well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all those guards shot the three well.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. They're gonna. I don't even know who the heck has this pick.
San Antonio, this pick hasn't been traded.
Are you sure?
No, not at all. I haven't heard anything about this pick getting traded, is what I should say.
Can we just put a big thing on the screen that says Portland has pick 52 for everyone that comes in and asks? I'm just joking, but
Well, soon they'll start showing up in the graphic in the bottom left as an upcoming pick. Okay, Portland has 52, people. Until you guys hear otherwise. I'll be excited when we draft Trenton Flowers.
yeah. It's gonna do well in the remix, you think?
He'd be a fun player on the remix.
That's the only bad thing about the G League Ignite going away. Is that was cool that you got to go to a game and scout some of those guys in person.
I know, yeah. Yeah. If I'm ever rich and can travel, I'll do some good amateur scouting, you know? The reaction clip would go viral if Portland picks Bronny. If they're open to trading Ant, Eric,
Yeah. I'm waiting for Bronny to show up on the best available. Is he going to? Oh, there he is, 9. Yeah, never mind. He's
oh
at
wow,
9.
yeah. I mean, it's not like he's not on the top 10 best available.
Right in front of Ariel Huckporty.
I would rather have Bronny than Ariel Huckporty at this point.
Yeah. Hot 2. Jimmy says, imagine getting a text from Rich Paul saying, don't take Bronny or else.
A. Joe Cronin stared the Miami Heat in the face. He could stare Rich Paul in the face.
That's like, remember when Stephen A. Smith tried to act all tough? You do not want to make an enemy out of me, Kevin Durant. Like he was in the mob or something. Was going to take him out.
That's funny. Bro, you know what, though? You know who's on the clock right now who would take Chomshay?
Spurs. I don't even know if they're on the clock, though.
Okay, you think who's on the clock right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how else to phrase that.
Any chance Shai falls to 52? Well, we're at 48, and there's still just a few picks.
There's a chance that any of the players still available falls to 52. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
At this point in the draft, you never know. People can just be taking flyers on foreign players. They could just be drafting fit. There could be all it takes is one person to like a certain player and want to control their rights and stuff.
Yeah. So Memphis has 57, I guess. Just trying to finish up these graphics so I can just be done.
They're showing the Spurs draft headquarters.
With the 48th pick in the 2024 NBA draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Harrison Ingram from the University of North Carolina.
He kind
Thank you.
Hey, this is a Stephen Fawn draft crush, just like Jaime Hawkes was last year. So watch, he's going to be good. This feels like a Spurs player. So
It does.
Yeah, he's just
Like when they're good, maybe.
He's just older and does a lot of things solidly, and is like a team player. I mean,
Yeah.
he can pass. Like he was a really good, really solid passer at Stanford. If he can shoot 38% from three or something like that, provide some passing and like provide some okay defense, he's maybe a bench player.
Yeah. I thought the Spurs had a chance to hit this draft out of the park. I'm so disappointed.
Well, you're happy.
But I'm glad they took him here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Castle.
I'm disappointed for them.
We got Reggie Jackson they dumped Reggie Jackson?
Denver
Reggie
did?
Jackson going to Charlotte?
For what? Like, what'd they dump with him? Is it just a straight up dump or
For 3 seconds.
Wait, Charlotte traded 3 seconds for him, or Denver traded 3 seconds to dump him?
Reggie Jackson to Charlotte for 3 seconds
Why would
is what?
Charlotte trade 3 seconds for Reggie Jackson, bro? There's their LaMelo insurance, I guess.
They're freaking dumb.
So what does Denver do at backup point then? Honestly, so Monte Morris is a free agent, right? But they only have the minimum because they're past the second apron. Maybe now they're not. I'm not sure what their cap situation is. But, like, I could see them trying to bring back Monte Morris.
Yeah, I heard something today that Charlotte was going to smartly use their cap space to acquire assets along with taking up salary. And now they just gave up 3 seconds for, like, an old Reggie Jackson. That makes no sense.
It really doesn't, though. It really doesn't.
Okay. Never mind. Sounds like Denver is sending them.
Yeah, that makes
more sense. Good on Charlotte then if they did that. Isaac says, did Portland pick already, guys? No, they traded both of their picks.
But they have 52, though. They have 52, which is Shai and Bronny territory. Man. If all this comes down to a face-off between Bronny James and Ulrich Shamshay, that is very fitting. I don't know why, but it just is.
Why would we take Bronny?
To be our third guard of the future. In like 5
Michael
years.
says we need a Blevins.
Could you see O'Shea? Could you see Cronin being like, man, we got Avdia, we still got Grant, we got a good backcourt. LeBron wants to play with Bronny. Maybe we have a 10% chance of getting LeBron. I'm completely bullshitting right now, but the thing is, though, you don't really want to piss off Rich Paul.
Yeah.
He has a
the
lot
Blazers
of
have a
clients.
pretty good relationship with him, so they've taken care of guys like Nurk and Grant and Chauncey.
Well, maybe that's enough goodwill for them to draft Bronny. Is that what it all leads up to?
Bronny and Grant to the Lakers. That random at 40 is not going to the Blazers, so it doesn't matter. Puff.
Yeah. He's going to Phoenix via Portland, OKC, and New York. And via Atlanta, because that's whose pick it was in the first place.
Indiana's up the next 2 picks, but who knows if either of those belong to them.
Yeah. Just means I don't gotta change graphics pretty much, so I'm chilling.
Yeah, Sierra Nevada was the Blazers, SNG.
900 viewers in here. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. We're going to have a free agency live stream on Sunday. We'll have Twitter feeds on the screen for that. Don't spoil the Blazers pick. Don't spoil any of these picks, please. Please do not. Be respectful of our wishes. And the Indiana Pacers are selecting right now during a Power Tools commercial, and they select Tristan Newton. This is a guy that you like, so I'll let you speak on Tristan Newton. I don't really know how it makes sense with all the point guards they have there, but
I'm pretty sure they traded this pick.
Probably.
So,
but Tristan Newton, why do you like him?
Well, winner. Obviously, was part of the last 2 championship teams, much like Clingan and Castle this one year. Yeah, so just to me, you can question the shooting percentages and stuff like that, but a guy in college that averages 15, 6, and 6 as a point guard, I think that's really, really nice. I think his defense is good. As a competitor, I think he's good. I like his shot mechanics and just the way he approaches the game. I think he just understands it really well. And I don't know if he's like a true point guard or not, but definitely someone who could be a backup point guard / fit in well with a established starting lineup. Kind of like if he's on the Pacers, I kind of compare him to Nembhard. Just kind of a guy who does all the little things to win.
Yep. I think Nembhard could be the centerpiece of them making a big upgrade somewhere else, so maybe it's some insurance if he can prove that he can play at the next level. Because I kind of want Nembhard to go somewhere where he could be a lead guard. He looked really good in the playoffs when he was a lead guard. Had some really good moments. I never thought he'd be this good as a Gonzaga fan, to be quite honest with you. So
yeah. What's up, Robbie? Yes, what time we guys start the stream on Sunday?
When does free agency open again?
3 our time.
Yeah, so probably 2, unless Cronin makes a trade at like 6 a.m.
Yeah, if there's trades or big rumors that come out ahead of time, we could start earlier than that. But yeah, probably around 2. Good.
I think these next 2 picks are going to be tough to not see Shamshay drafted. I think he makes sense in both spots and is like.
But I don't know if either of them have that pick.
We have to operate as if they do until they don't.
The Knicks and Pacers have both made several trades.
This is Indiana. They have not traded the 50th pick. And you can... ESPN Graphic has it as Indiana with no proposed trade either. So... The next trade they have... The next pick they have New York, which is kind of strange. Kiss of Death by Tory. Yeah, the death of Eric's dreams. It's all Tory's fault if Shamshay goes before. Okay. Right now, let me just get this off my chest. If I see another person compare Donovan Clingan to Myers Leonard, I might have a freaking aneurysm. You're talking about Myers Leonard, who like had a season where he played like 37 games and didn't block a single shot, compared to the rim protection of Donovan Clingan. Like, how are they similar at all? They are not
Someone
similar
who
at
just
all.
shot threes never went inside. Clingan will at least go inside.
Yeah, Myers wasn't like smart defensively. Those guys are not similar at all, outside of one obvious trait, which always gets players compared to each other when their games are nothing alike. Literally just hearing people say, how's he not another Zach Collins or Myers Leonard? It's like, I don't get it, man. He is a closer comparison to Rudy Gobert than he is to Myers Leonard. There's a good chance that by the end of his rookie year, Donovan Clingan will have blocked more shots than Myers Leonard did in his entire career. Maybe that's an over-exaggeration. I don't know how many shots Myers blocked, but come on, man.
With the 50th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Enrique Freeman from the University
Enrique Freeman.
But he said,
Yeah, so you said we were going to talk about Enrique Freeman, and then you said, well, we'll just talk about him when he gets drafted. Okay. He just got drafted. What are your thoughts?
I kind of similar to what I was saying about Filipowski. I like his game in college. The more I watched, the more I struggled to see him being able to do some of the things he does in the NBA. The rebounding and motor size, obviously Josh Hart's proven that doesn't matter, so I think he can do that kind of stuff in the NBA. So that is reason enough to get him drafted. I just think a lot of what I saw from him, a lot of his scoring opportunities came from post-ups or inside. He didn't really have anything off the dribble, which means at his size, I just don't know if he's going to be quick enough to play much wing. So unlike Mogbo, who I think is quick enough to play the wing, it's just tough to see him translate to having a position in the NBA, much like we talked about with Dylan Jones. So yeah, I wanted to like him. It's just tough to see him doing anything other than his rebounding at the next level.
I mean, he plays good defense, too.
Yeah, but I don't think he's big enough and strong enough to guard bigs, and I don't think he's quick enough to guard.
I think he's a forward defender, like primarily. He might have some problems on that end, but like if you're optimistic, he's someone that can come in, play solid defense at either forward spot, will rebound the ball, and then hopefully knock down a three. He shot like 37% last year, but it was a non-shooter his first 4 years of college. So he projects if he ends up being a role player in the league, it'll just be because he can hit some threes and rebounds, plays hard, and plays some okay defense. So maybe 9th, 10th man. That's like optimistic version of him. Because I don't think he'll ever be anyone that creates or anything like that. But he was a walk-on that turned himself into like the player of the year in his conference, led them to an NCAA tournament berth. Pretty cool story.
Great story.
So like he works hard, right? Because you're not going to make those sort of improvements if you don't work your ass off. So, it's always hard to count out a guy that works really hard.
For sure.
So I think this is good value for him.
Yeah, towards the end of the second round, absolutely.
So Portland's up next. Shamshe's still on the board. The Knicks are picking at 51. They could break Eric's heart. And it might be during a Jack in the Box commercial.
Do the Knicks have this pick?
There's
Wait,
no
if it's a
proposed
Jack in
trade
the
on the
Box
screen.
commercial, I know they haven't. It's been very infrequent.
The Knicks right now have this pick until they trade it.
Okay.
No, it's an Arby's commercial. Anyway, the bottom graphic is gone.
I'll just say this: unless it's part of a trade that's already been agreed to, I would bet everything I had that the Blazers would not take Bronny, just due to the fact that they are a front office that cares about their relationship with agents.
Yeah.
We saw what happened when that relationship deteriorated with an agent last summer, and I don't think they want to piss off the most powerful person our agent in the NBA right now. So,
LeBron, we got Nike headquarters up here, and we got your son up here too.
Shams tweet LMAO.
Oh,
okay.
the draft. Okay, who'd the Knicks pick? Because the bottom graphic was gone, and when they made their pick, they picked Melvin Aginsa.
Nice.
So the Blazers. This is proposed trade to OKC.
Shams got locked out of his account for deleting tweets, I guess, or something. I don't know.
That's actually hilarious. So this is our pick, correct?
JJ Ben, we have no idea what else we got for trading 40 back to 52.
ESPN says proposed trades to. What's up?
Hyken got locked out of his account too. All right. I'm sorry, chat, but I cannot look anymore. So this says Golden State, says proposed trade to OKC. So that's wrong on the screen. This is allegedly to us. Phoenix got Oso Iguodala with our pick at 40. And so here we go at 52.
Yeah.
I'm too tempted to look, so I gotta minimize.
Yeah, don't look. Don't you dare look. I have a feeling we're not taking Chomshay because we took.
Oh yeah.
But...
of course, yeah. I do not expect them to take him here, but please.
Can't look at the chat. I gotta consciously stop myself. Stop letting Bob Myers talk. The pick is in. Announce it, bro.
I think Justin Edwards is probably the guy.
Honestly,
or I could also see, I could also see Cam Spencer. Jalen Bridges is still on the board too, Tori. I know you talked yourself out of it.
Here, that'd be great. Him, if you can get Jalen Bridges here, that'd be great.
Yeah.
I'd be very happy with that. If you can get Justin Edwards, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
If you get Chomshay here, I'm happy with that. Although I feel like he might be the next Dibu Baji where he's like on a two-way and then they cut him.
He's going to be too good to cut.
I don't know about that.
Baji was always a long-term project.
He was one of your guys too, though, you know?
Yeah, but I don't feel
go.
This...
With the 52nd pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Quentin Post from Amsterdam.
No! Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? You idiot! Gosh!
Oh, man. That's funny.
Oh.
Hopefully this isn't our pick for Eric's sake. Hopefully. Quentin Post,
No!
we talked about him. What?
This is stupid!
Chill, bro. It's the 52nd pick, man. Quentin Post, he's skilled, but he's very slow and not defensively. Doesn't really make sense with Clingan. I don't like this pick.
Chomshay has a much higher ceiling offensively.
Yeah. I don't really understand going big and not going with Chomshay.
We're getting the...
There's your next Jokic, Eric. There's your next Jokic.
It's Tori, you kind of liked him towards the end of this process.
As like a late second.
Yeah.
But I don't like him for
Well, I
Portland.
mean, that's what this is.
Yeah. He shot
Pick
like 40...
back to...
What's
It's
that?
Golden State.
Okay, it's not ours. Not our pick. Trade. Warriors getting this pick back?
Pick back to Golden State.
So did
What
we
does
ever
that
even
mean?
have this pick? Eric's no was...
Okay.
Says it's OKC, yes, but OKC traded up from 52 to 40. Never had it? So what did we trade 40 for? I wish our local
We
media
know
could
what it
clear
says,
this up, bro.
people. Jeez.
What'd you say?
We know what the TV said, but we've been following this or trying to follow along the whole time. Like,
Yeah. Oh man, this is cinema. We love this.
Fisher's saying they're reacquiring the pick, so we traded it back to them.
OKC traded Lindy Waters and a pick.
That trade was official. I saw it on multiple sites. 52nd to
Yeah.
OKC.
Who has the 51st pick became who has the 52nd pick.
So they got Lindy Waters. Now what do we get for...
What did we even get for... Did we get 52 for 40? I'm not sure now. Keith Smith says it's ours. Daniel Schomburg, I'm not sure if that is or was our pick or what is happening anymore. All I know is Minnesota is on the clock. And Bronny is coming up. Boston could just be funny and spite the Lakers. So we lost 34 and 40 for a bag of chips. We traded 34 for 3 seconds, which is fine.
We don't know what else we got
Yeah.
for either of the other two trades.
Quentin Post to the Golden State Warriors at 52, but will eventually land with the Portland Trailblazers. Keith Smith 1 minute ago. What is the point of... This is a great question, Garben. You're asking the good questions right there.
Because no one thinks people care about what's going on.
Shamshay could go undrafted, man. And then we could sign him. But I just don't... Cam Spencer went 53rd to Minnesota. I'm just going to switch this over to 54. We got Boston on the clock. Okay, talk a little bit about Quentin Post then, because he might actually be our guy. He's legitimate 7-footer, can pass a little bit, can shoot the three, shot like 41% from three. Slow-footed though, won't be good defensively in the NBA. I think we'll get picked apart.
Cam Spencer traded to the Grizzlies.
Yeah, it's a shooter for them. Cool. What are your thoughts on Quentin Post, Eric? Why do you... What do you think?
I just... For some of the reasons you just mentioned, I don't know. I guess he's okay, but I just don't think he's an NBA level big.
No, I don't think so either. I think offensively he is. But I think the defense is just such an issue.
Yeah.
What if Shamshay goes undrafted? Then we could sign him. I still think he should have went and spent a year in college, Eric.
I mean, if he goes undrafted, he probably should have, but I think it's crazy.
Going undrafted and getting drafted here is probably the same thing for him.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he just didn't want to waste a year going to school and all that. He wanted to get in the NBA without it. I think he was I think he was considering going to the G League Ignite right before they disbanded too. But
Yeah.
Fisher said Golden State bought the pick back. Cash considerations.
Jody gotta pad her pockets. So we didn't draft with a second today.
Blazers acquired 52nd pick and then traded back from Golden State Warriors for cash and a future second.
So what did we trade 40 what? So we traded 40 for 52 and what though? Jody got up at her pockets. We got 4 seconds today for 2 early seconds.
If that's accurate.
And Jody patted her pockets.
Whatever we got from moving back from 40 to 52.
Man,
as well.
Jody loves Joe right now. Duck the tax and got her cash considerations in a 2-day span. So OKC's at 56, right?
I think it's Knicks. I don't know.
I think it's OKC. Because I think OKC traded 40 for 51 and 56. Right, Chad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Blazers got cash from OKC to go from 40 to 52, and then got cash from Golden State for 52. Jody doesn't care about money, guys. She's invested in the team. She don't care about padding her pockets. I'm gonna lose my. She's not only is she willing to pay the tax, but you know she. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
I bet it's not even going to end up being that much cash either. Because there's a limit on how much cash you can accept.
Well, she just... Anton Watson got drafted! Let's go!
What a horrible pick.
Not a horrible pick. It's Boston. They know what they're doing. That's my guy. Don't talk bad about my guy. Gonzaga player's been going off in the league. My guy, Anton Watson. Let's go. Washington native. Gonzaga legend. Mobo was not the only WCC player drafted. I didn't even make a player card for Anton Watson. I'm just happy he got drafted, bro. That's sick. That's cool. Another Gonzaga guy in the league.
Nichols asked, why wouldn't they want to duck the tax? They would want to duck the tax. These second round picks have nothing to do with ducking the tax. They've already ducked the tax.
Yeah. Yeah. Which means, you know, who's up? They won't be in commercial for this one. You already know that.
Good old cash considerations.
Jody gotta pat her pockets. Who knows with, like, where that money even goes. Maybe it doesn't even go to Jody. Like, I don't freaking understand their whole ownership setup. Maybe Burt Cold patted his pockets a little bit, too. Maybe Vulture, whatever. Jody going on a paid vacation. Yeah, she gets her money back for, investing some money in the remix. Would you rather have Anton Watson or Quentin Post?
Neither.
Man, you're a
I don't
Watson
think neither are
hater.
NBA players. He's just...
He can defend and he can pass and, like, kind of shot the 3-ball okay last year.
He's another one of those guys I don't think he's quick enough to play
He's
the wing. And too small for a big in the NBA.
He can defend smaller players. I think he can be a 4. I'm biased, though.
Yeah, you are.
They liked him more than Shamshay, and they just want to chip. Anyway. You guys know what is about to happen.
And Watson's definitely a more... I mean, that's... You're hoping to have someone that can give you some minutes right away.
Yep.
All right, they're all clapping at Bronny. We're about to hear that we're about to have the ultimate example of nepotism of all time, maybe.
What'd you say?
The ultimate example of nepotism. AM 620 confirmed the 52nd pick went back to Golden State. Thank you. Watch Quentin Post be an all-star now.
Now you want him?
No, I'm just saying, like, that's going to be funny.
I know. He really is the next
actually
Jokic.
good.
Oh my god, just announce the freaking pick, bruh.
They gotta
milk this.
Pick 55 on 3 o'clock on a Thursday.
2024 NBA Draft. The Los Angeles Lakers select Bronny James from the University of
The anticipation has been
Bronny is gonna go play with his dad in LA.
Well, his dad is a free agent.
Well, player option, lots of money.
No, he opted out. Yeah.
I mean, he's in LA, bro. Bronny gonna play with LeBron. It's what we expected. Pretty cool, you know. Ken Griffey Jr. sort of situation there. Yeah, it'll be cool if they play together in garbage time or whatever. I think the Lakers will give him a main roster contract. I mean, this honestly, value-wise, isn't even a bad pick. Like Bronny had a rough year last year, but had circumstances around that. USC sucked. Had his cardiac arrest incident before that, so I think he may be able to develop into like a role-playing 3-and-D guard.
In terms of perimeter defenders, I think he's up there as one of the best in this draft, and I really like his effort and just his pestiness on that end.
Yeah.
And I think he's quick enough to guard ones.
Mm-hmm.
Offensively, I think his shot is fine. I think his percentages are a little misguided. Same with Collier. Same type of thing. I do see some very elite level like vision and just like feel when he has the ball, especially in the open court. I mean, obviously not like his dad, but I mean, he does have some intangible just knowing how to play the game at a really high level. Now, whether he'll be able to shoot well enough to make it work in the NBA is yet to be seen. And being how he measured at 6'1", I think that was pretty bad for him because you have to be a point guard basically at 6'1". And so if he doesn't improve his handles a lot, I think he's going to really struggle.
That's the one thing with me, improving his handles, being able to drive the lane. Kevin McCullough finally got drafted. This pick to OKC is what is rumored. Yeah, Bronny has to get better as a ball handler, get better driving the lane, and like being able to finish. He just isn't really somebody who gets downhill. Doesn't have the best first step, doesn't have the tightest handle. So for a point guard, that is, a little bit of a problem. But ultimately, he's young, long runway ahead of him. Has the genes, right? So we'll see if that can work out for him. So now Memphis is on the clock at 57. 2 picks left.
Apparently, this was traded to Toronto.
Okay, Toronto is on the clock at 57.
They had good fortunes in drafting the last Cameroon player.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep the Grizzlies graphic. Screw it. All right.
That was Pascal Siakam, the last player from Cameroon drafted.
I mean, right now you're just praying Chomsky's undrafted, huh?
I mean, I don't really care at this point because him choosing us or us even giving him an offer for a two-way out of all 30 teams, it's probably a long shot. So, yeah. I feel bad for him. I hope he does get drafted.
Who do you even work out for? Because I didn't really hear much with his workouts.
I didn't hear much either. I don't know. I didn't hear a lot around the league for workouts. It's kind of disappointing.
Yeah, it was a little weird.
Justin Edwards remember when he was like one of the top picks at the beginning of the year?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy.
So
there's only 2 picks left, so
Trenton Flowers still on the board, Eric. Jalen Bridges is still on the board.
I'm guessing
Jalen Bridges would be good for Dallas at 58. Oh my goodness. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, kind of a Dorian Finney-Smith type player.
Yeah.
I think some of these players, we heard about this with Repair last year. They tell teams they have a actual contract offer or something, or they have a good situation lined up, so don't pick me. No, you can still pick them anyway. There's nothing they can do about it. But
I feel like that's less likely this year, where teams don't really want to give guaranteed contracts to anyone. It's probably 2 ways anyway. So maybe they want to choose where they go on a 2-way though. So I understand.
Yeah, someone like Jalen Bridges, I think would rather. I mean, maybe Dallas, but I think he'd rather just pick where he goes right now.
Yep. All right, and then after the final pick, we will discuss undrafted players maybe that the Blazers could target. I have a feeling they're going to sign someone as on a 2-way that's undrafted. And there's a couple of names that I think would be really intriguing for that. I think Jalen Bridges has been slept on too much. I had him like 28. He can shoot and play defense. It has size to play some 3, maybe even some 4. I don't really understand why that hasn't gotten drafted. You got Justin Edwards on the board. I'd take a flyer on him at this point very easily. Trenton Flowers, I like. And then, of course, Shamshay. They're going to another commercial when the pick is in.
Well, Bronny got drafted, so they don't care about the rest of the draft now.
Just finish the draft then. Just finish it. Why are we dragging this out like this? They're going to announce this during a commercial. Probably.
David asked, will Joe Cronin even have a press conference? He alluded to it at the end of his press conference yesterday that he wasn't going to have one tonight,
yeah,
so.
Because he knew he wasn't going to draft anyone. After all this, Eric, 4 picks going into the draft, we draft 1 guy. A little bit of a bummer, but we love the draft. We like trying to identify. Some of it's like our love for the draft. But I do think it would have made sense for them to try and take a chance on someone else. Throw a dart.
Yeah.
At the board.
They have 3 2-way spots. Like, they could use one.
Exactly. Now, I think the undrafted player crop is going to be better than we expected. or at least a couple of the names at the top of that crop. I'm happy we didn't get Quinn Post, but they traded that pick for cash.
Grayhugh says, aren't you guys pumped at the 2 players we did get? Are you talking about Abdia and Clingan, or
yeah, I'm pumped. Yeah, I'm pumped. That's not really the focus right now. We'll talk about that after. We talked about that yesterday too. I'm very, very happy with what the Blazers did yesterday. I'm very, very happy.
How much did you get with these cash considerations? A couple million, but it's, I don't know. It's weird. Aren't apron teams not allowed to trade cash or something? Second apron teams? Isn't Golden State pretty far up there?
Yeah, that's what I thought, but is, I don't know.
Still saying pick a zing.
I know. What are we doing?
Christian's about to list off the highest rated players on all the big boards that didn't get drafted.
Yeah, unfortunately on YouTube you can't hit shift and leave it on multiple lines. It just sends it. If that's what you're trying to do, Christian, I've done that before. Yay, Mattress Firm commercial that takes up the whole screen, so they're probably going to announce the pick right now when we can't see it on the graphic.
Brucey says, will Scoot play in Summer League, you think? I don't know. I think much like last year, he'll practice with the team. He'll play 1 or 2 games like Sharp did, and then probably just bail out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Gray. It'd be nice to have Scoot and Clingan start playing with each other and get some chemistry going.
Summer League chip, here we come. So Kevin McCullough to the Thunder, right? That pick, I think, got traded to the Thunder. So the Thunder got A.J. Mitchell, Nikola Topic. Who did 51 end up with?
Okay, see if they have 56.
Did they keep it? Who'd they draft at 51?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I'm lost.
I'm lost too. Chat, somebody remind me. Who went 51? Do you guys think Avdia has the potential to be an all-star? I think it's very optimistic, but here we go.
Grizzlies.
Cameroon and
Ulrich Chomshay
in Senegal.
To Toronto.
To
I
Toronto.
told you.
Chomshay, the first NBA Academy Africa to be drafted directly.
For some reason, my volume wouldn't turn up. Anyway, there you go, Eric. Chomshay.
That's a good spot for him.
A Raptor. This is the second time they've drafted a big recently that you really like, because you really like Koloko as well. Unfortunately, Koloko's career got derailed by health issues, but Chomshay, yeah, good pick, good spot for him.
Yeah, great spot. Gonna beat out Jakob Pertl for the starting center spot. Oh, I'm sick.
Could beat out Jakob.
I knew he was.
You love him though. I'll let you talk about why you love him.
For me, when you see a guy come from a place that doesn't lead to anything more traditionally than just raw athletic physical tools that you hope become a basketball player, for me it was like the opposite with him. It's like he showed advanced levels of understanding the game, and he has athletic ability, but that's almost like second to some of the instincts he has as like a passer, a roll man. And then he he played soccer a lot, so his feet are really quick. He chops them really well. He moves his hips well. He's like, I don't know, the closest I can think of to like a totally switchable big. And I don't know, and then he measured pretty well, better than I thought. And so, and then his shooting form, extremely small sample size, but his shot looks decent for his size. And I think he has some potential to be a good shooter as well. Rim protector, all that kind of stuff. So when you talk about some of the things that make a player unique and elite, I think he has a lot of those skills there, like I said, which is rare for a player that doesn't have any kind of experience playing at a high level or anything like that. So I think once he learns how to play and the game slows down for him, I just think he's going to be really, really solid and could just have a massive jump once he gets some experience.
Before I announce today's final pick, I want to congratulate all these young men and their families. Thank you to ESPN for hosting the second round of the draft, and to our partners around the world for your continued support. And thank you to all the NBA fans watching today. We look forward to the start of NBA Summer League in Las Vegas on July 12th. With the 58th pick in the 2024 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Ariel Hukporti from Frankfurt, Germany.
Ariel Hukporti goes 58 to Dallas. And with that, that is a wrap on the 2024 NBA Draft.
It's kind of a shame. They had a couple players that I thought could have helped them right now, and they probably are going to stash someone.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I will put...
Taylor Packer says 1 pick is crazy. Yeah, going into this draft with 4, we knew they probably weren't going to draft 4 players, but to only come away with 1 as a rebuilding team is kind of crazy.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Some people won't care. I get it. But, man.
Christian says top undrafted players: Justin Edwards, Keishad Johnson, Jalen Bridges, Trenton Flowers, Isaiah Crawford, Trey Alexander, PJ Hall, Nafali Dante, Judah Mintz, Reese Beekman, and Isaac Jones.
Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to just put our webcams here. There we go. All right.
Nafali Dante on a 2-way would be interesting if you can keep him healthy.
Yeah,
I want Justin Edwards, man, on a 2-way.
I want Trenton Flowers or Justin Edwards on a 2-way. I want Trenton Flowers on a 2-way, though.
Did we trade the center we took 52? It appears we traded it back to Golden State, who originally had that pick, yes.
Yep. So now we can pay attention to Woj and Shams if he's not locked out anymore. Maybe he called Elon. He probably has a connection that knows Elon. So now we start talking about 2-way signings. Maybe I can even tweet deck this and toss it up on the screen. Okay, great this offseason so far for the Blazers, Eric. After not doing anything today, after taking Clingan yesterday at 7 and the Avdia trade. I'll also do that as a chat poll chat.
So, the more I thought about this, because it was just bugging me about the whole, see how easy it was to duck the tax thing. I don't think people realized we gave Brogdon away as an expiring contract. We didn't get any value for him. The value was all in the picks. That contract didn't matter the Wizards would have taken anyone with that pick package we gave them.
Yep.
So we've got nothing for Malcolm Brogdon.
Yep.
So no value, nothing. So that to me, the more I thought about it, made me think, well, then how is that easy to deduct the tax when we didn't get any value for the player we traded out?
But see,
And
Eric,
two,
you know what you're doing? You know what you're doing? You're critically thinking. You're thinking, it's critical thinking. Not in terms of negative, in terms of like actually using your brain. Mm-hmm. Some people don't like that. But anyway, go on, keep using your brain.
So I think two things can be true. One, I think that was fair value given up for Denny Avdia. I like that they identified a wing. You had speculated months ago that maybe they'd try to swing for someone like Franz Wagner, which you agreed that was a super long shot, but they were interested in that type of wing.
And you got a guy that's kind of like him.
Yeah, I mean, the more I thought about it, Tori, I don't even know if Avdia is really that much worse than Franz Wagner. And if he shoots the ball better or, moving forward is a better shooter than Franz, I mean, maybe he's not quite the creator Franz is on offense, but I think he's slightly better defensively. He's a better rebounder and just he's a little bigger and stuff. So I think he fits our team maybe better than Franz does.
Yeah.
Nafali Donate to the Rockets. PJ Hall to Denver. Yeah.
There you go.
So, lost my train of thought, but where was? Oh, so Avdia. I like that they identified a young wing that fits the timeline, and they used some of their assets, went after him, got him. So I like that move. We can argue how some of the semantics of that, but I like overall getting Denny Avdia on this team. So good job there. I also like that they had a player they had rated like third or fourth on their board and ended up getting that player. So good on them for that. In their mind, they got the third best player in this draft or whatever. So good job for that. I can't give it an A because I still need to see what we do with the rest of the roster. I don't think a lot of things make sense if we just run it back with Avdia and Clingan. So I hope that's not the case. So hopefully there's some more moves to come. So I think it's still incomplete, kind of. But just
so far is basically what I'm asking for here.
Yeah, and I mentioned this earlier. I like Clingan. I do not like Clingan with Scoot. I like him a lot better with Anthony. So if we keep Anthony, and I kind of like Clingan a little better. If we trade Anthony, I have a tough time seeing it working out perfectly between Scoot and Clingan. I just think it's a little clunky.
Why do you think that is?
Because I don't have confidence in Scoot yet doing anything off the pick and roll other than getting into the lane. And I feel like that's where Clingan is best suited as well. So like they're both kind of needing the same area to get their best shot opportunities or pass opportunities off. And so if you have two players in pick and roll that are both needing to occupy the same space to be the most effective, I think it's just like, I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just saying I don't think it's the most dynamic, or it leads to a lot of predictability in my mind. So
I just don't see it like that at all, because I think maybe Scoot's best pass type last year out of the pick and roll was dump offs, or like getting to the baseline and dumping it back, or some of the interior passing. And like, yeah, it's two guys going downhill at the rim, but you hope that one dude's 7'2". Clingan doesn't really jump well enough. Is kind of the problem. But like, one dude's 7'2" and one dude's an athletic freak. Like, you're gonna be able to put pressure on the rim. Both guys are gonna be able to get to the free throw line.
I gotta go for a minute, Tori.
All right, go ahead. Yeah, let's see, Keshad Johnson to Miami Heat. I don't really view it as a bad fit. This is where we disagree. Having a big that rolls next to Scoot, I think, is completely fine. And I think Scoot will get better shooting off of screens. I just don't like this early in Scoot's career pigeonholing him as a guy that like has to get downhill at pick and rolls. Like, yeah, maybe right now he struggles shooting off screens, but ultimately, if he can never develop that, then we got other issues than his fit with Clingan. Then Scoot's probably not that good. Okay? So I don't like necessarily basing, a pick off of, oh, right now it doesn't fit with Scoot. The question for me is, long term, does he fit with Scoot? It would help for Scoot to be able to pull up off of screens and then maybe be able to like dump it down to Clingan, rumbling towards the rim. Clingan can make some short roll passes. Like, ultimately, that's the best case scenario. Still don't get Eric's grade yet. I give it a B, probably a B+. Justin Edwards 2-way deal to the 76ers. That's a pretty good 2-way deal right there. I probably give this offseason so far a B+. A-, B+. Like, if they made what I felt like was a good pick here in the second round, I would be A-. Maybe a straight up A. I'm still torn between Ant and Scoot. I kind of like Ant better. Yeah, I mean, but Scoot's supposed to be better than Ant. I think Scoot's potential is better than Ant. And the kind of problem I have is, like, this time of year when with the draft, we're talking about, like, a 19-year-old prospect of, like, what he could be in 5 years, right? You got all these young prospects, and it's, what could they be in 5 years? And then, we draft Scoot. He's 19. After 1 year, we can't start, like, pigeonholing him as, oh, he can't do this or can't do that, so therefore he's a bad fit with Clingan, in my opinion. Because it's a long-term guy. He's young. You're not drafting a 19-year-old to come to conclusions about him after 1 year. And around draft time, that's what we talk about these young players, is what they can be, not in 1 year, but in 5 years. But then with Scoot, it's like after a season, people start to kind of put him in a box. And I just don't view things like that. So hopefully Eric listened, because I'd love to get his response. Jams tweet? Traore to the Lakers on a 2-way. He doesn't really impress me. Isaiah Crawford to the Kings. I like that. How many seconds do we have? We traded 2 seconds for 3 or 4. No, we traded 40 for 52 in cash, and then we traded 52 for cash, so we only got 3 from 34. Yeah, so we traded 2 seconds for 3 seconds that are likely all going to be later than 34, and we got some cash. I don't like what they did in the second round today. What are your thoughts on Grant and Scoot for Zion and Ingram? Why in the world would either team do that? Sorry, no offense, but, like, why? Why would we... I don't understand. We got Avdia. at a forward spot. Ingram and Zion it's a small forward, power forward combo. Zion can't stay healthy. I mean, you're going to play Ingram at the 2. I mean, maybe that works. It's just, I feel like that's a move to try and be mediocre. I don't really like that. I don't think Ant, Ingram, Avdia, Zion, and Clingan win a championship. But I think that team is better next year, so their pick's going to be worse. I just don't really think it sets us up for the future. You can tell Tori is done with today, LOL. What do you mean done with today? How do I seem like I'm done with today? The day's getting started. It's 3:30. It's kind of weird to be wrapping up the draft at 3:30. Does Ant get traded? Hate to see it, but also want him to go to a contender. I feel like it's more so a team trying to get to contention that would trade for him, like Orlando, than a team that's already a contender. Realistically, how many teams are shopping for Ant? I think there would be a couple, maybe a few. J Max says, yeah, the second round was crap and extremely underwhelming. Yep, I fully agree. 1000% agree. Do you think we could keep Ant and Scoot this year? Yeah, long term, maybe not, but I don't know. I don't know what the plan is with Ant. I think they listen to offers, but I think they probably keep him because they don't get a good enough offer, unfortunately. Unfortunately for his trade value. I don't really know what I want. I just don't want to dump Ant for some of the packages that I see proposed as ideas out there. I want him, if he gets traded, I want a good return on him. Whoops. What happened to the tweets? There we go. Tor, do you think Clay leaves Golden State? I don't think so. Unless, they have to let him walk to try and get PG or something. I don't know how that happens, but... Robert Williams and Thibault have to get traded this offseason, right? I couldn't imagine either being in the rotation this year. They could be on the team and not be in the rotation. With Robert Williams, you could, say you're prioritizing Clingan and you're keeping Robert Williams healthy for a playoff run. Steven says, I would consider Wendell Carter for Ant. Thoughts? Why? Wendell Carter's a center. We got Ayton and Clingan and Robert Williams. I don't really understand that at all. The Blazers are not in a market for a center. The Blazers aren't even really in the market for I think they have one starting forward in Avdia, clearly. And they still have Grant. If they trade Grant, you still could see Sharp or Tamani Kamara at the 3, which I think is fine in a rebuild at this point. So right now, they're in asset accumulation mode. Whether that is the really good high upside young players in the future or being able to somehow accumulate more future draft capital. That is the mode that I think they are currently in. Before it was like we need a young forward as part of our future core. Other than Kamara, we got that with Avdia. Boss says people acting like injuries don't happen when we can have an extra center. But the thing is, we don't need injury insurance because you only need insurance if you're actually trying to win and make a playoff run. We're rebuilding. If Ayton or somebody gets hurt, Clingan starts and you play Duop Reith and you're fine. You're probably going to lose a lot of games next year anyway. Maybe that should even be the goal. So if somebody gets hurt, okay, well, we're worse now. Okay, so what? So I don't like keeping Robert Williams for injury insurance when you could dump him, maybe save even more below the tax in order to have some leeway for trades down the line. Or maybe even a team gives you a couple seconds. Obviously, they've added a couple future seconds today, so they can get even more, maybe. Not sure. Injury insurance is two-way players that are developing in the G League. Exactly. So like Ryan Rupert, where it's like if a couple guys on the wing get hurt, then Ryan Rupert starts getting developmental minutes. So you're at least doing something for your future still. You're giving a guy developmental playing time. So yeah, the injury sucks, but you're giving a young player minutes. I'd rather do that than, oh, we got hurt? Okay, well, we're just going to throw in this veteran that's not a part of our team down the line. Like, I would hate for Matisse Thybulle not be in the rotation. We're a rebuilding team. We're not good. Somebody gets hurt, so then we throw Matisse Thybulle out there instead of Ryan Rupert. Doesn't really make sense to me in a rebuild. Blake Hinson to the Lakers. Reese Beekman to the Warriors. Will the Blazers do anything? Clarity on Mavericks Knicks trade. Dallas sent 58 cash on the draft rights to a player to New York for 51. So who did New York draft at 51? Trey Alexander to the Nuggets. Oh, Melvin. Okay. Wait, no. Who did the Mavericks draft at 58 is what I meant. So the Mavericks got a Jinsa. And... oh, Ariel Hikporty goes to New York. Did we draft anyone in the second round? Nope, we did not. We did not. Next up for the Blazers, I think they should trade Jeremy Grant. They should see if they can get anything for DeAndre Ayton. And then, I don't know with Anthony Simons. But if you can get a couple firsts, maybe I even start messing around with the trade machine here. Yeah, I'll start messing around with the trade machine. And kind of put forth, like, what I'm hoping for. Okay. How do we do this? We just put it below the tweets, huh? Hello. Oh, basically I kind of responded to what you were saying, just like I don't like how do I phrase it? Like, I don't like worrying about the fit with Clingan with Scoot right now because Scoot should hopefully be better in the future shooting off screens and being able to hit shots off screens and being dynamic in that way. And basically I likened it to, like, this time of year, we talk about these young 19-year-old prospects and we look at them, oh, what could they be 4 or 5 years down the line, right? Some of these guys are raw, but, oh, they have all this upside down the line. And then with Scoot, it's like, okay, he was 19 when we drafted him, now he's 20, but we're talking about him like, oh, he struggles in this area, so I don't like that fit. Maybe right away it's a little bit weird, but, like, we're not, drafting for right away, we're drafting for down the line. And if Scoot never gets better shooting off screens, then we got a bigger issue than the Clingan and Scoot fit, because Scoot probably isn't that good, and that's a bigger issue to me. So that's just kind of how I view that. Oh wait, let me unmute you. There you go. Go ahead.
In the NBA now, I have a hard time thinking that that kind of combo works like it used to. I think we need one of the two to be more dynamic. And hopefully that's Scoot. I'm not saying it can't be. I just feel like it's just going to be kind of clunky.
I mean, we saw Anthony Edwards and Rudy Gobert go to a conference finals this year, you know, like I think that's maybe the closest comparison. I don't think Scoot will ever be as good as Anthony Edwards, but they're both kind of downhill drivers. Anthony Edwards got better from three, but his, you know, in college and his rookie year was not good from three particularly. His rookie year he shot 33%. So, you know, Edwards now 36, 37%. You know, hopefully Scoot can get there, and then I think it's fine.
Yeah.
So I graded it a B+ because I didn't like what they did today. What was your final grade?
I'll say B-.
B-?
Yeah.
Chat right now, 48% B, 36% say A. So like that's probably a B+.
Mm-hmm.
Like right in line with me. 11% say C, 6% say D. I'd be curious who those people are because I don't think any Blazer fans are like upset and think it has been a bad offseason so far. Now, what I wanted to do after this, Eric, as maybe more two-way signings roll in.
Can you get me caught up on who all signed?
And Folly Dante, two-way to the Rockets. All these guys are two-ways. PJ Hall to the Nuggets. Blake Hinson to the Lakers. Reese Beekman to the Warriors. Isaiah Crawford to the Kings. That's maybe my favorite one. Armel Traore to the Lakers. That's somebody that's got a little bit. Justin Edwards to the Sixers. That's a good one. Keyshawn Johnson to the Heat. I have a feeling he could be a role player for them down the line. They turn two-way guys into role players, and he's athletic and can defend a little bit. So, and that's about it. Also, in the final thing in the saga of the 51st pick, it got traded to the Mavs for 58. So you know how it was the Knicks at 51?
Yeah.
It got traded to the Mavs. So the Mavs got Melvin Ajinça, and the Knicks got Huck Porty. And that's where we're caught up. So now, you know, more things might roll in, but I wanted to have some fun here. What are we hoping for the rest of the offseason? So I'll leave the tweets up there, and I'll put up the good old Fanspo, and I'll bring up the trade machine. And Eric, like realistically, top landing spot for Jeremy Grant, what do you think it is? That we could get like the best realistic package for?
Dallas or Philly, I think, is the best packages just in terms of those teams have some picks they can trade. I think they might get desperate enough to trade those picks.
This isn't even true right now, by the way. Just gonna put that out there, the whole second apron thing for Dallas.
And then yeah, I think the Lakers. So the Lakers are up there with them in terms of they can still offer a couple first or possibly even include Dalton Connect in a trade. And I think he'd have some value back to us. But I'm not a fan of the contracts they'd be trading out. If we're trading Grant, I don't think Rui makes a ton of sense to us. Maybe you get a third team involved or something. But it's, I don't know. Their contracts are weird. Like Vanderbilt's locked up on an extension for several years. Whereas Philly could give you picks and just take his contract potentially outright. And that is more intriguing to me just from a sense of completely eliminates our cap problem and also frees up a roster spot completely without having to take on like three players for one to add up to enough salary. So I think ideally if all three were willing to give up two first, I'd probably prefer Philly. Because also their picks aren't their own, so it doesn't matter how good they are next year, I guess.
Yeah.
And if we get that 2028 Clippers, who knows what that team will be in a few years. So, I think Philly's the best spot for me personally, but I really like Dallas in terms of a 2025 and 2031 unprotected. If they were willing to give up a top 2 protected first for PJ Washington last year, who was having kind of a down season, I think maybe you could convince them in a bidding war to give up both picks. And then I also think if players like Josh Green or Kleba or whatever were in that trade, those guys are probably easily flippable for some value too down the line.
I like Dallas for trying to get off Thibault too. Can they take back $8 million of salary if it matches?
I think it's going to be tough for them to do so. They can't take Thibault back until I think it's July 15th.
True.
And I think they are going to be in the second apron once the new calendar year starts.
Yeah.
So I think they're
that's
going to
why
have
that
a
didn't
tough time.
apply was because they have the cannot aggregate because the new league year.
Yeah.
They're in. Yeah. So that's.
So they, if it's going to be Dallas, I think it has to, or maybe not has to. Maybe they could find a way to get rid of a contract that gets them under the apron. But I think it's more likely if that happens in the next few days before the new league year starts, because they can now trade a 2031 first, and they have a few days until the new league year starts where that wouldn't affect next year's cap numbers, I guess.
We have them $5.4 million under the first apron.
Yeah.
And then the matching rules change if you go past the first apron.
And that's this year or next year?
Next year.
Oh, okay.
So, right, the matching rules change if you go past the first apron. So basically they could bring back $5.5 million. That's the amount they're under the first apron. So you're not going to be able to give them Matisse Thybulle, basically.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out a way to make that happen. Jalen Bridges to the Suns.
Oh, great.
See,
there's his Tamani.
Yeah, there's your Tamani. That's a great signing. That's a great signing. That's the best two-way signing. Isaac Jones to the Kings. Wow, the Suns cooked with Jalen Bridges.
Yeah. That kind of makes... Once again, I think they should have taken Collier, but I know you disagree.
I vehemently disagree. I'm gonna text Gabe.
DJ Burns went to the Cavs, by the way. I don't know if you heard that.
DJ Burns, huh? Do you see how much weight he lost?
Yeah.
Is there a team out left field that could trade for Grant, though? Cleveland? They only have one pick they can trade, though.
Yeah, they're tough. They're a tough trade partner. They don't have young players, and they
got Jalen Tyson.
Oh, yeah, they got Jalen Tyson now, I guess.
It's just how do they match salary is the problem.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe if they move on from one of their other players, and then so there's like a third team that gets Darius Garland and or Jared Allen even, maybe work something out. But
Karis LeVert, George Niang, Jalen Tyson, and their 2031 first.
That's interesting.
You save like $5 million. You could try to reroute Karis LeVert.
New York traded all their picks. I would say Miami, but I just have a hard time with them trading with us still.
Fully agree.
I still think if they try to win, I have no idea what they're doing. But Atlanta, if they keep Trey or DeJounte and try to win still, I could see them going after Grant. They have Capella's expiring contract. Sacramento. I think Sacramento is a good spot. Who did they draft? 13?
Devin Carter.
Devin Carter, yeah, so a guard. I could maybe see. I know they got McDaniels today, but obviously Grant's way better than McDaniels.
You could do 27, 2029, and then what's their matching salary?
Well, it'd have to be Barnes and.
Do you think they'd want to give up Barnes for Grant?
Yeah, I think they give up
picks?
Barnes for Grant. With picks, it's just I think they have to include someone else, and I think that'd have to be like Herder or somebody, and then
Trey Lyles.
Yeah.
Trey Lyles.
Yeah, they might do that. I don't know if they're giving up 2 firsts in that, but
I mean, that should be the going rate. Like, where can you reroute Barnes, though? It made sense to the Cavs if you could try and get 20 or trade up from 34 to 20, and then they could have gotten Tyson, but...
yeah. Grant to Memphis? I don't know. They got Edie and Jaren Jackson Jr. I don't know if they'd want.
Jeremy's actually a 4. Jaren Jackson Jr. can play some 5 and just be the most awful rebounding duo, but nah, you got a 7'4" guy, so you slide him down a position. I actually think Memphis is intriguing. I kinda like this though. Like, this is just kind of a mundane trade. Maybe these picks are slightly protected, but like, you get filler salary and 2 firsts, right? Then you'd have in 2029, you'd have the best of Boston, Milwaukee, Portland, and the worst of best of Milwaukee, Portland, and then you'd have Sacramento's.
Guru basketball be for real right now, please.
What?
He said trade Grant for Brandon Ingram after he said trade Ant for Cole Anthony and Paulo.
He's drinking early on a Thursday. Dennis Jenkins. I don't know who that is. But good for him.
What about him?
2-way with Detroit. Let's go to Memphis. What's their matching salary is the question. Kennard probably, and they're one of those teams close to the second apron. Let me look at their cap sheet. But they could maybe do that trade this year, right? This year they're currently $11 million below the first apron. And then next year it jumps to 3 because Desmond Bane's extension. So you'd make this trade before the new league year. So let's go to 2023-2024. Jeremy, Luke Kennard, you'd have to pick up his next year team option. Okay, Luke Kennard. They would need to trade out another $5.3 million. So LaRavia and Rose. I mean, only problem is roster spots, but... And then you do two firsts. 2025, it's probably going to be, protected a little bit, and probably, I think they'll be back to a playoff team, but who knows? Honestly, Eric, like, Memphis's 2025 first, if it's lightly protected, is very intriguing to me.
Yeah.
Like, is this 20... Let me look at this 2030 pick and see what it is. So in 2030, Memphis has the right to swap its own first for the less favorable of Phoenix, Washington's, if possible, and Orlando's. Oh, yeah, remember that got moved around and involved in... Yeah. So that pick is just kind of crap. Next, in 2026, Memphis has the same rights to swap its 2026 first-round pick for the less favorables of Phoenix and Orlando's and Washington's if their pick is conveyed to whatever team they're swapping with. I'm not sure which team they're swapping with there. I don't know. Do you think you could get a second first-round pick out of Memphis if they were interested in Jeremy?
I don't know. I know they gave up 2 firsts for Smart last year, but I think they're kind of regretting that now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but if they're like going for it, you got Edie, you need more scoring, right? Like Grant kind of fits what they need. I mean, throwing Edie onto that team just throws my perception of that team so out of whack.
Yeah.
Honestly, wait. So if they trade Kennard plus Clark, nah, that wouldn't work. Would this work? Oh, it barely doesn't work. Wait, they have a trade exception big enough to take Robert Williams. And they're still below the first apron by like 2 million. Alright, this is like maybe my favorite optimistic trade right here. I don't know what the protections are, but you trade Jeremy Grant and Robert Williams for Kennard, Clark, and Derrick Rose. You save $11.8 million. You create a $15 million trade exception, and you get back 2 firsts.
Yeah, I mean, I take that.
Yeah. I don't like Clark's contract, but maybe that's why you can get it done. And then you're not, like, picking up a bunch of roster spots. So let's say the Blazers do this. So they have basically just, like, filler contracts. Maybe they cut Kennard going into the final year of his deal, or they cut Rose. But Rose I like kind of as a veteran mentor that doesn't have to play. How do I do the off-season simulator? How do I, like, keep trades on deck?
I've never done an offense, but I don't know.
I know that's, like, a thing on this website. Resources. I'm not sure. Let me just go back to Trade Machine. All right, so let's say you do that. You have 2025, 2029 Memphis first, along with just filler contracts, and you save $12 million. What would you try and do next, Eric?
Probably trying to move Ayton.
What team do you think could trade for Ayton?
I have no clue.
If Chicago didn't have Vucevic and they're still trying to win, I'd say just call them immediately. Like, we could maybe get our, own future first back.
I'd take that for Ayton.
I just don't think they do it because they have Vucevic, right?
Well, maybe they'd trade you Vucevic.
For Ayton. And then what, Vucevic plays less? Honestly, if there's a team to trade for Ayton, I feel like it's the Bulls, bro. We're dreaming a little bit anyway, so... Maybe if you take back Lonzo?
I took Lonzo.
Yeah, you're adding $7 million, but you just saved 12, right? So you're still like $6 million below the tax. Your roster spots are like 18 though, which is messy. But that's when you then go cut Banton, cut Jabari Walker, maybe like.
Well, in
Lonzo
the
doesn't play.
In the offseason, yeah, you can just cut Lonzo.
Yeah. Yeah, you could cut Lonzo. Yeah, I mean, he's an expiring contract, so it's not like you have dead money in the future. You wouldn't stretch him.
Ooh.
What?
But okay, that's a good one. Cameron mentioned the Hawks earlier. To Hawks for Capella expiring in picks or a pick.
I don't know if you're getting a pick out
pick.
of them because I don't think they're gonna value Ayton like that. But I mean, I would do it for seconds, right? I think that's more realistic than the Bulls, actually. So I like that. The Hawks are kind of dumb, though. You know, the Hawks are dumb and directionless, and so are the Bulls. So
Yeah.
Capella for Ayton. What other salary, though? They just traded AJ Griffin. Yeah, that's the problem. What's your other salary piece?
DeAndre Hunter, and we include Thibault.
Yeah, that's the tough part with them. Okay, let's just see. Bruno gets them to 24.9. They'd have to trade out like another contract. If you could lump it into the AJ Griffin trade, that'd be great. But if not, this would work. Assuming they're not in the apron. Let me check their cap sheet real quick. Okay. What pick-wise, what do you think you can really get from Ayton in this trade, though?
Since you're getting crap back, I think we can maybe get like a lottery protected first. I don't know.
San Antonio has the right to swap in 2026 with Atlanta.
Yeah.
They also have the Kings 2025 first protected 1 to 12 in 2025, 1 to 10 in 2026. But like that's I don't know. I just your best bet might be a swap, a protected swap.
Yeah.
They are currently like 15 to 16 million below the first apron. New league year in now. So if they're bringing in 7 million, you couldn't really toss anything into a trade exception because they do have a $25 million trade exception from John Collins, but after this trade, they'd be like 7 million below the first apron. So I think it's more so this trade and I don't know.
Yeah.
Do they have any good seconds? Minnesota, no. Memphis, no. Houston, probably not. I'm just trying to be like realistic. This Clippers second round pick might be decent. Let's just say like something like this. 3 seconds. You get off Ayton. You clear minutes for Clingan. Can maybe even play Dwop Reith a little bit as a third string center too. Chat, would you do this trade after drafting Clingan? Let me do a chat poll. I would love to get a first out of this. Obviously, if you can get a first, you do it. But $3 seconds expiring, like, might be your best bet. I'm not sure. So we'll do a chat poll. We'll see what you guys say. Most of you are saying no. Okay, so do you want to keep Ayton long term with Clingan? If this is the best deal on the table, you guys say no. So what's your long-term plan then? With Ayton and Clingan? Is my question. For anybody saying no. Is it to hope for a better deal at the deadline? Is it to try and trade him next offseason once he has 1 year left on his deal? Or are you just holding out hope that somehow down the line you'll get a better offer? Is that why? Because I understand that, but any other reason I don't understand at all. Because ultimately you're going to have to move off of Ayton for Clingan. Twin Towers dominate Wemby. Ayton can absolutely not play the 4, and neither can Clingan. Yes, hold for a better deal. I don't think his value goes down until a rookie's playing ahead of him and he doesn't like that. So starts playing worse, because he's not getting enough minutes. Hopefully that wouldn't happen, but Ayton can definitely play the 4. In what world can Ayton play the 4? Guys, let's be for real. In what world can a dude that doesn't shoot threes, doesn't play outside of the paint, doesn't defend the perimeter as well as he defends on the inside, so you're just going to have, every time Scoot tries to drive, you're just going to have Clingan and or Ayton just sitting in the paint with 3 defenders there? Like, that's your plan to develop Scoot? Is to play a non-3-point shooting 4 next to a non-3-point shooting 5, neither of which are best defensively guarding the perimeter? You're muted, by the way. You've been muted.
They're not using Ayton and Clingan to follow the Minnesota model. That's not even the same model.
Did somebody compare those two to the Minnesota model?
No, they just said maybe they're thinking about trying it that
well,
way.
Cat
they're
is
dumb at there.
Yeah, Cat's like a 40% 3-point shooting big. If Ayton could shoot threes like Cat, then we could have that conversation. Ayton doesn't even want to shoot threes. Like,
he was low-key not good defensively last year. Can you imagine him playing a more perimeter position defensively?
yeah, no. You got Clingan so that you could get better defensively at the center spot, so you could protect the rim. We were the worst rim-protecting team in the league last year with Ayton playing. But Ayton's not like a perimeter defender either. So you got Clingan, so long-term you can improve defensively at that spot. Why would we play Ayton at the 4? He's not a 4? I don't understand the plan there. So, ultimately, like, I just don't feel like if they wait, they're going to get a noticeably better deal than this.
Yeah, maybe they don't. Maybe they just eat his contract after 2 years and move
on. If you did this trade right now, after doing that Grant trade that saved us $11.8 million, in these 2 trades, you would save $18.5 million. You could be in play for a full mid-level exception signing if you wanted to be. And stay under the tax. Roster spots are super iffy, but, Eric, the way I'm thinking about this long-term is, at some point before Shaedon Sharpe gets an extension, if the Blazers play their cards right, they can have a good core with gobs of cap space.
Mm-hmm.
Because Denny Avdia's contract
is
phenomenal. And if your core is... The problem is Ant's making $25 million, but even if you have Ant, you can still have gobs of cap space, right? And this could be like as soon as next offseason. So if you do this trade, say you don't sign an MLE guy, fine, okay? The only problem is, in the last trade, we got Brandon Clark's contract, right? So you got to try, I don't know, that's not great. But hypothetically, if you could trade Grant and Ayton for expirings, if you could get off Thibault and Robert Williams somehow, what contracts do we have going into next offseason if we get expirings for all those guys, just hypothetically, right? It's far out there.
Yeah.
Maybe a trade happens at the deadline where we get an expiring. It doesn't have to all be this offseason. Just if you're able to get off their money. You have your core. You have Ant, you have Scoot, you have Sharpe, you have Clingan, you have Avdia, you have Kamara. How much money do those guys add up to? I'm just guessing like $50 million?
And if the cap ends up being 141 this year, it's going to almost certainly go up 10% from now on. So that's another, 14 million. There is maybe a little over 155 million.
Yeah.
You
So
could be talking 100 million in cap space.
yeah, so hopefully you get, 2 firsts, and maybe you can get a decent young player for Ayton. Like, who knows what you can get for Ayton. But long term, if you can have your core, you have 6 good young players with Ant, Scoot, Sharp, Kamara, Avdia, Clingan, and then $100 million of cap space. I'm not saying they should go star chasing or that they'd even be able to go star chasing. I'm saying you could maybe sign a guy a little bit overpaid on a 1-year deal and then trade him at the following deadline. You could absorb a contract and accumulate assets. You would just have all this flexibility going forward with your core intact. That's kind of intriguing to me. And you're getting more future draft capital. Long term, if they can be like a playoff team and have max cap space because Avdia's contract is so good and maybe they extend Sharp, but like that's the thing when you have, let's just say it's 2 off seasons from now. Sharp going into an extension. Scoot's going into the final year of his rookie deal, so Scoot's still somewhat cheap. Clingan's on a rookie deal, still somewhat cheap. Kamara, I think, would be going into extension, but who knows how much he'll get paid. The cap will have gone up a ton, and maybe that was a playoff team the year before. If you're really, really lucky, like then maybe you can be a player in free agency. It's just more intriguing to me than, oh, yay, we ducked the tax. See, I told you Cronin could duck the tax. We still have all these veterans, though, and like they're blocking young players' playing time.
Tori, that's stupid to worry about this now. We don't have to worry about that till next offseason.
I'd rather keep Ayton and let his contract expire. Why? Why have Ayton the next 2 years when you just drafted Clingan at 7 just to let him walk for nothing? What's the point of even keeping him right now then? Two off seasons from now when Dame's player option is up too. Ooh, there you go, Eric. There you go. I just like the idea of having a ton of flexibility, a good young core intact, and a bunch of future draft capital. I like that. I like that. I think that's a good position to be in. So I'd be trying to trade Grant for 2 future firsts and expirings. I'd be trying to trade Ayton for a future first and expirings. And maybe you'd have to settle for seconds. That is intriguing to me. And part of the thought is because Avdia is on such a great contract. You got yourself a really, really good NBA player that is super, super cheap. That can do a bunch of different things, fill a bunch of different roles. That is super easy to build around. That's why I love the Avdia trade so much. I was not thinking like this before we got Avdia, Eric. But with Avdia, with how good his contract is, it's declining. It's set up so that in the later years of the contract, you can have more flexibility because it's not going up from $15 million, it's going down.
And the Blazers only have two off seasons before they have to start paying people again, so it's really
use that time to accumulate assets.
Yeah, it's
you know
really
I mean?
next season's the big off season.
It really is. Who knows where we're even going to be picking? Like the next year is going to be, we're going to find out a lot about Scoot. I feel like in the second year, we're going to find out a lot about Sharp in his third year. We'll see what they do with Grant, with Ayton, etc. We'll see how Clingan looks as a rookie. And then, I know this offseason just started, and then all that leading into next offseason, Eric. The next year is the start of an upwards trend. Like, we've been at rock bottom and we've sucked and it's been miserable and Scoot sucked last year, the whole Dame saga. Like, we hit rock bottom. This upcoming year, I feel like, is where we trend upwards if we do the right things. And the strategy that I laid out, I think, is the right strategy. Who knows if Cronin is thinking that way. But cash in on your assets now. Have flexibility later to accumulate assets or make different types of moves. There was just somebody that said, do you hear that? Like, I'd rather just hang on to Ayton the next few years and then let he can walk in free agency. Like, do you agree with me? Like, what is the point of that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they think, they don't want to put Clingan into major minutes right away, kind of
then play
gradually working. Yeah.
Like, play Robert. You can keep Robert Williams if you trade Ayton. And if you get Capella back in that trade, you can play Capella too.
Yeah.
You're not forced to play him too many minutes.
Or you could look for another young big somewhere in one of these trades as well.
Exactly.
Like the one that had Brandon Clark. I mean, I know he's not
Yeah, but
good size for a center, but he can do some spot minutes or whatever.
yeah, exactly. You're fine. That's not really going to be an issue, I don't think. Actually,
Wait.
Isaac Figueroa, yes, Cronin said they like Ayton, of course. What else is he going to say? He's not going to say, yeah, we drafted a center so we can replace him. Of course he's going to say they like Ayton. That is GM speak. And that's GM speak that he kind of is forced to saying. That's not GM speak where he lied about Dame stuff, you know. You can't expect him to say anything else other than they like Ayton too, and they just want to be competitive with roster spots and position battles and build a culture of competitiveness.
Yeah, you also risk Ayton at some point becoming unhappy that they're starting to lean towards developing Clingan more as time goes on.
Yeah, exactly. So it's best just to try and trade him this offseason. There's a comment that said, let's see. I get it, I just don't... Wait, no, that wasn't the comment. What was the other comment? Crap, where did it go, man? I lost the comment. Oh, G. Williker says, I think it's more likely Cronin targets players over picks just like with Denny. Here's the problem, though. Denny is like the perfect player at this point for us to trade for.
Yeah.
Declining contract that's really cheap and a bargain for his production, plays really, really good defense, handles the ball, shot the 3-ball well last year, rebounds the ball, like does everything. Do it all forward, that can score off the dribble and play defense is not easy to get, especially on such a good contract, especially at 23 years old, okay? So, he's the perfect player. There's not many Avdias out there to go and get. I was shocked that they were even able to go and get Avdia. So if you are of the mindset, oh, we got Avdia, let's get more players for future picks, then all of a sudden you don't have future draft capital and you're stuck with a playing team. That doesn't really make sense to me. I think we have one more year of sucking. You trade the veterans right now. You're bad next year because of it. You get more draft capital. You get future flexibility. Maybe you get lucky in next year's draft lottery and get a star. Could you imagine if they could add a Cooper Flag or Ace Bailey to this roster with Avdia, Clingan, Scoot, Sharp, Anthony, Tamati? With gobs of cap space and a bunch of draft capital going forward. That would be a dream, man. That would be amazing. Okay? Now, they might get unlucky like they did this year in the lottery, but next year's draft is really good. You're going to be able to add somebody to this core if you're drafting in the top 10. And then you could start talking about maybe trying to be competitive next offseason. If there's something out there that makes sense. Hugo Gonzalez. I love Hugo Gonzalez. That's how I would build. That to me is maximizing the chance to win a championship down the line with this timeline. Keeping vets and letting them walk for nothing, or maybe getting back less in the future, just isn't really worth the risk to me. Chad Coe, I agree. 100%. Owen says, next year we'll need to trade Scoot and Shaden, too old, want to go younger. I mean, you're funny, bro. The whole point is to build around Scoot and Shaden, not build around Jeremy Grant, DeAndre Ayton. It's kind of the whole point of all of this, is you're building around Scoot, you're building around Sharp. Sharp is 21, Scoot is 20. You're building around Avdia, okay? You should value picks and guys 20 to 23, 24 right now over guys that are 30. Or guys that aren't going to get any better like Aiden. And are blocking the guy we just drafted at 7. I don't think we drafted somebody at 7 to be a career backup. Hopefully we didn't draft Donovan Clingan to be the next Onyeka Okongwu who's stuck behind Clint Capella. Aeromancer, please tell me you're trolling. I know you're trolling. Daniel Schomburg gets it. Continuously parlaying assets is the key. Never let any contract expire. You don't want to do what the Bulls did, where you could have maybe traded DeMar DeRozan for a couple of firsts like a year and a half ago when the writing was on the wall that you should trade him and rebuild, and now he's a free agent and they're not having talks and he could leave for nothing. A year and a half ago, they could have asked themselves, should we just get nothing for DeMar DeRozan and suck because of it and be better and have worse picks so that we can draft at 11? Or should we trade him, get back picks, draft even higher? It'd be better set up for the future. They chose the first route. They're worse off for it. They should have traded Caruso when they were getting offered multiple draft picks, and now they had to go settle for Josh Giddey. Who has more value in the league, Denny or Anthony? I have a feeling it's Denny simply because that archetype is more valuable. Clingan is probably a bench guy in his rookie season, right? Probably, but I mean, if you trade Ayton, you can keep Rob Will and start him ahead, and then if he gets hurt, then you start Clingan. Clingan, I think, is fine starting in his rookie year. You also got Duop Reith. You could bring in a different center, whatever. If you really, really don't want to start him, fine. But Clingan's not Scoot where he has to, run an entire offense. Clingan will have his struggles, but experience will help him, in my opinion. So if he gets experience going against starting centers, I don't think that's a bad thing. He's not somebody that's going to be have the responsibility of running an offense, so if he's struggling, he has 6 turnovers in a game and it gets in his head. It's going to be he needs to go block shots and finish offensive plays at the rim. John Simmons, I agree. Wes Davidson says, at least after yesterday, I have more confidence in Cronin getting something decent for Grant. He hasn't really... I don't know if Cronin's really showed that he could sell a player before. If they get 2 firsts, even if they're somewhat protected and expirings for Grant, I am celebrating. I am celebrating this offseason. Is that where you're at, Eric? Welcome back. If the Blazers get 2 first-round picks, even if they're somewhat protected for Jeremy Grant and expirings, are you celebrating this offseason? Because that's where I'm at.
I don't know if celebrating is the right word, but yeah, I'd be decently happy with both freeing up minutes for the young guys and the direction.
It would finally feel like they have a plan.
Yeah, exactly.
They got 2 players with some specific traits in the front court. Defense, passing, IQ. Cool. You like that archetype? Awesome. And then if it's, we're going to cash in on these veterans, give minutes to these young guys, and pursue a bunch of flexibility in the future, whether it's to maybe sign someone if we're really lucky, or trying to accumulate assets by taking on a contract in a trade that a team needs to dump on someone, then... great, right? We just saw Reggie Jackson, who's not making that much, get traded along with 3 future seconds. Cool, you can get more seconds. Mm-hmm. And then down the line, maybe when you're contender and you need a role player off the bench, you can trade 5 or 6 seconds for him. Or you can package seconds to move early into the second round if there's a prospect that you really, really like. You have flexibility. You can pivot in so many different areas. Absolutely the way to build. No question about it. If they show that they're taking steps towards that, I feel so much better about this organization. Is where I'm at. Because the problem with me is just they haven't really seemed like they've had much of a plan or a direction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's been my biggest issue too. It's what are we doing? Why didn't we entertain more offers for Jeremy and players like that at the deadline? If we're secretly actually rebuilding, just didn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
And then we don't play any of those guys after the deadline anyway, so yeah. But I mean, you have a chance to correct all that now if you still get value for them. But of course, they already traded Brogdon for. They got nothing for Brogdon's actual value.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they're able to capitalize, because we haven't really seen that yet. Yeah. When Cronin's trying to get like value in a trade.
Yep. And that's just the one thing about this offseason is like, I don't know, maybe my expectations got so low, but I feel better about the direction. But if they go back and it's clear that like, oh yeah, we want to keep Ayton with Clingan and we want to keep Grant and we just want to be competitive next year, then I go right back to feeling the same way I felt going into this offseason about this organization.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's still a chance they think Denny helps them win next year, and they're Clingan helps
what I'm
them
worried
next
about.
year. And just don't make any other big moves. Maybe they make a couple small moves or something.
That's what I'm worried about. You like
if Matisse Thybulle is our starting small forward next year. And...
yeah, I don't think we have to worry about that. Hopefully not. Sure. But I'm just freaking tank one more year, and then next year, like trade the vets. We're gonna be bad. Take one more year, develop the young guys, play them, let Scoot develop chemistry. Hopefully with Clingan. Like those guys should be playing. I feel like almost every minute of Clingan's should be next to Scoot. Let those guys develop chemistry. It's your long-term starting point guard and center. And then you can stagger Scoot with Scoot and maybe Avdia, you sub out early, bring him back in with the bench so he can be a point forward, because that was the best role he was in with Washington, was when he was being used as a point forward. I just dream about getting expirings and picks for our vets.
Yeah.
As many picks as possible. Who knows how much that is. We struggle next year. We add, I won't even say Cooper Flagg because maybe I'm being too optimistic, but let's just say Ace Bailey. And then next off season, you have $90 to $100 million of cap space with a core of Scoot, Sharp, Ant, Ace Bailey, Denny Avdia, Tubati Kamara, Donovan Clingan.
Yeah.
Like, now, you might have to take on some contracts and have less, but it's just like, even if you take on contracts, you still, maybe you worry about the salary floor because you won't get your tax payments. Okay, go trade for the worst contract in the league then, so you meet the salary floor and get back seconds for it then. You know what I mean? Like, you can find ways to meet the salary floor. Go sign a freaking role player to a 1-year max. You got some options. So that's just clearly 1,000% the path. It's honestly not even that difficult of a path to take. The most difficult part, I feel like, would have been the Avdia trade.
And I do see some conversation in chat about tanking, like Gray says he doesn't like tanking or whatever. In my opinion, there is a big difference between going young, just turning the keys over to Scoot and the young core and seeing what they can do for an entire season, but them kind of struggling at first and growing pains and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't expect them to be a playoff team right away or anything like that. If they do, we're in really good shape, because that means someone popped, or possibly 2 or 3 people popped, right? So I don't necessarily see that as tanking, as a bad tanking. I think the bad tanking is if we go into another season and we're holding Scoot and Anthony and Tamani even out of games for the last 2 months of the season because we're trying to lose games. I mean, it might be smart to do that, but that's the kind of tanking that sucks in my mind, is when we're like not even playing half our roster because of fake injuries and stuff like that. So
I understand that, but like you're naturally going to be worse if you trade Grant for lesser expirings and picks.
No, but that's what I'm saying.
And
like,
that's exactly,
that's
it's
fun
natural.
taking. That's cool because we get to see Scoot play 30
100%.
minutes. Let Ant don't freaking sit Ant for no reason at the end of the season. Just let him develop and get minutes for the entire season. Let Sharp don't play him 40 minutes, of course, but let him maybe take on some extra ball handling duties as the season goes on, like he did in his rookie year and got better that way. Involve Donovan maybe shooting a little bit more from mid-range and extending out to the three-point line as the season goes on. Get Tamani and those kind of guys like experience, like let Denny get his usage rate up towards the end of the season. I think there's so many different things you can do with this roster now. I don't think it's going to be boring at all to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And like one of my biggest worries if they keep Grant is you're not getting Denny enough touches next year. He's best being used as a point forward. You're already talking about Sharp, Scoot, Ant, right? And maybe Ayton, who's going to get his shots to be a 20-point-per-game guy or whatever. Like, the post-ups that go to Jeremy, I would want to be putting the ball in Denny's hands and letting him create. Also, like, I think Denny will help the pace, especially if he's at the power forward position, because he's a really good defensive rebounder for a power forward. He's much better than Jeremy. But the thing I love about Denny, he'll go grab a board and then he'll push the pace and he'll look ahead. And he'll bring the ball up the floor quickly. That's not Jeremy Grant. Because A, he won't get a defensive board, and then B, if he does, he'll go find a guard in the backcourt to walk the ball up the floor. He's not a guy that's really going to push it himself. And if he does, he's just kind of like not really scanning the floor in the way Denny does. So that's part of the reason why I like Denny at a power forward position. It puts him in position to get more rebounds and push the pace with those guys filling the wing. Scoot, Sharp, Ant filling the wings with Denny pushing the pace. That's super intriguing to me. And I know Clingan doesn't really necessarily fit. I don't know. Like, Clingan can kind of... I don't think he's that bad at running the floor as a big. Like, he can run in a straight line okay, but, like, he can trail a play with those guys running ahead. Like, I don't think Clingan hurts your pace at all, really, to be honest. I want that lineup to see minutes together.
St. Mary's Alex Dukas has agreed on two-way with the Thunder.
Alex Dukas, man. Brandon Carlson to the Raptors. Nothing with the Blazers. Zion Poland went to the Heat, stays in Florida.
Armando Bacot, Exhibit 10 with the Jazz.
Oh yeah, Bacot. He's finally out of college. That's funny.
There's this random Twitter person that says trade idea for the Hawks, DeAndre Hunter for Robert Williams and Matisse Thybulle.
See, I don't like that because I don't like Hunter on this team taking up $20 million of salary, being super injury prone.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's what, like 3 years left on his contract? Yeah. $21.6 million next season, $23.3 million the season after, $25 million the season after that, 2026, 2027. Like, I would rather just keep both those guys and let them expire because they expire quicker. If that was like our next move, Eric, I would freaking hate that, actually.
Yeah. That's one of those, I would hope they get a third team.
That's one of those, we want to be a play-in team next year, and we're not worried about the future type of moves. And then when we're injured, because Hunter's really injury prone. Oh, we're just gonna blame the injuries, and that's why we weren't good. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that. Gray, why you even gotta ask that question, man? We don't gotta go there, bro. We don't even gotta think about that, man.
He does have some foot injury history, so
I don't want that. I don't even want to. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't. I do not. Anyway. No live stream tonight, right? Because we streamed today.
yeah, I got a late rec game anyway, so
Yeah.
and then I didn't sleep at all last night.
I need a mental break. I mean, legit.
And then we had that big stream Sunday as well. So.
Yeah, like we could easily have a trade stream the next couple of days. We might do like a little free agency preview on Saturday night. So no stream tonight, but you know, we got the free agency stream on Sunday, and other than that, it's trade stream if it happens, and maybe a free agency preview. And then Monday, of course, we'll stream as well. Shout out to Brian Tadovich, $2 donation. So who's on the bench? Tamani, Sharp, or Denny? No way Denny's being brought off the bench. They just traded 2 firsts for him. No way Sharp should be off the bench. Tamani is the number one guy out of those three to bring off the bench. But also it's tough to say before they make other trades.
Who's Tamari and Danny?
Good question.
Yeah, Lamari.
78% of people. Oh yeah, shout out to Greg Hughes. Sorry, Greg. We're on a whole talking point here. Gray Hughes, $5 donation says, time to super chat everyone. 2 days of coverage, great coverage. Thank you, Gray. I'm glad you enjoyed the coverage. It's been fun. Always happy to bring this coverage to you.
I'm just teasing you, Brian. You're all good. Thanks for the donation.
Tori looks like Kris Kringle in the old animated movie. I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Kris Kringle is?
I've heard of the name, but I don't. You know, I don't watch movies.
That's another name for Santa Claus.
How do I even look like Santa Claus?
I think they're saying like when he's not.
Is that's another name for Santa Claus? I don't know. Tori too young for that shit, dude, says Daniel. That's funny. Daniel, tell Steven what's up for me. As if I don't text Steven all the time. Anyway, yeah, so that's a wrap for the stream. Anything else, Eric, that you wanted to get into?
Just want to give a huge thank you to everyone who tuned in, whether it was for both live streams the whole time or just for a few minutes of either one. It's been a lot of fun doing the draft. Kind of disappointing we don't have a prospect to talk about today. Just wanted one out of the couple picks we got. But yeah, moving forward, it's all going to be about the assets we get in trades and what happens. But thank you everyone for joining us, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening.
Yeah, the channel growth the last 2 days has been great, man. It's always, I always love this time of year just because it's always fun to see what the Blazers do, see what direction they're headed, find out who they draft, see who the next players that are going to be wearing that Blazer uniform are. But also, it's just a really good time for the channel, really good time for growth. So if you just discovered the channel, we do post-game shows throughout the year. We do video content as well, and it's a lot of fun. So hopefully you hit that subscribe button before you leave a like, all that good stuff, support the channel. You know, this is our baby, so it's always good to see our baby grow up a little bit. Eric, I wouldn't know, I've never had babies, so this basically is the closest thing I got. Appreciate all of you. Thank you to everyone who donated. Shout out Brandon Romero, $2 message retracted donation. If you meant to leave a message with that, feel free to say it in chat, and we'll read it off before we're out of here. Shout out Crushable, says great stream, boys. Can't wait to talk tomorrow. Eric, yeah, I need to do something with Steven before free agency. Maybe that's what I do tonight, is I try and sit down with Steven and get his takes. And anything that I do with Steven, we upload on our second channel. Same thing with Eric and Crushables. We have a couple of podcasts on a second channel called Blazers Uprise Podcast. Link in the description box below if you want to go subscribe to that. Also, You can get Blazers Uprise merch on the way out here if you want as well. You should be able to view it below the video, but also if you click the link in the description box below, you can get yourself some Blazers Uprise merch if you want. It supports the channel, and I think the merch is pretty clean. Shout out to Power Hitter 427, $2 donation, says, here's a tip. Thank you for the tip, Power Hitter. Appreciate you. Brandon Romero, $2 donation, says, Blazers didn't draft anyone today. What they get. Yeah, to recap, thank you, Brandon, for the donation. To recap, Blazers don't do anything in the second round. They trade the 34th pick for 3 future seconds from the New York Knicks. One of them is like Minnesota, one of them is Knicks, and one of them is like the worst of a couple teams. And then they traded the 40th pick down to 52 and got cash considerations, and then they traded the 52nd pick for cash considerations, and it went back to the team that it was originally with, which was the Warriors. They like traded away and then like 24 hours traded for it back. Very weird stuff today. Chaos with all the trades. The Blazers basically turned 34 and 40 into 3 future seconds, and Jody padded her pockets with some good old-fashioned cash considerations. Anyway.
Don't like giving away the 40th pick in a draft for nothing, JC.
No. Yesterday was great. Today was a bit of a bummer, but we move forward and we see what the Blazers do next. Free agency stream on Sunday. Looking forward to that. Content between now and then, so stay tuned. And with that being said, we're out of here. We will catch you next time. Until then, as always, peace out. Go Blazers!